Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the amateur boxing of this evening's card. GBH Promotions, in association with Fight Zone and the Fight Academy, are presenting the Clash in Cayman. Please welcome to the stage, from Jamaica, Hakeem Brady.
All right, everybody joining us on Fight Zone, very, very warm welcome to you on a very special occasion. Frontier, a new frontier really, for boxing is breached here on Fight Zone tonight. We are live in the Cayman Islands, in Georgetown, as we get this live co-promotion, co-amateur, co-professional presentation in front of a really exuberant crowd here. It's wonderful to be here in the middle of all this, and as you can see, we are set to get the amateur part of this card underway with Hakeem Brady from Jamaica in the ring, and the first of the home contingent of young amateurs getting the feature opportunity here on this card. Gino Brown,
this is Amateur Fighting, brought to you by GBH Promotions and Fight Academy, and sponsored by Elite Marble and Granite. It is sanctioned by the Cayman Islands Boxing Association. Today's judges: Alan Murphy from the United Kingdom, Tijan Massili from the UK, and Troy O'Neill from the Cayman Islands. Our referee is Rogerio Pita, and our timekeepers, Mark Jeffries. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now in the Fight Zone.
So here we go, everybody. This is the 75 kilogram class, the first of these amateur contests on this joint amateur professional card put together by GBH Promotions and Fight Academy here, live on Fight Zone from the Lion Center in Georgetown, Cayman Islands. And we are breaching frontiers in all kinds of ways here this evening. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us all around the world. Right down to it straight away, featuring the youngsters from the Cayman Islands given this opportunity against a couple of more seasoned amateurs from elsewhere in the Caribbean. Facing Gino Brown of the Cayman Islands here in the blue is Hakeem Brady from Jamaica. Brady in his first year himself as an amateur, I understand senior amateur, but it is most definitely a debut for Gino Brown here. The slightly shorter of these two, 75 kilogram class, both ran around the professional middleweight limit yesterday at the weigh-in, which was itself a new experience for both of them. Both have ambitions to get into the frame for the Olympic qualifiers, I understand, which take place, the tournament which is available to them in February in Italy. But the coaches for both the national squads, Felipe Sanchez for Jamaica and Alva Suku, the president of the Cayman Island Boxing Association. Floyd Trumpet is the coach. Which you'll see, and I think, in this first round. 3 threes, incidentally, for all the 3 amateur contests we have on the card here. Come on, Gino, come on. Co-commentator, a local man and a real rising star in broadcasting here in the Cayman Islands, and I'm really, really pleased to be sharing the stage tonight with Russell Seaford. Welcome to you, Russell.
Thank you, Paul. Man, these boys are throwing down quite early in the night. They're starting to show off pretty well. It is great to be joined alongside you, sir, and I am excited for the fights ahead.
Very big occasion, of course, Russell, for both of them. Gino Brown is only 17 years of age up against Brady here. And I understand he's only just left school. I'm not going to suggest it's the same school that you went to, but you probably knew about him, didn't you?
Well, you know, he comes in here 0-0, but he actually has boxing experience. In March of 2021, he had an expedition match which ended via doctor stoppage. So he's still young in his career. Obviously, Brady making his debut here tonight as well, having started boxing earlier this year.
All right, Gino, come on.
Some wardrobe malfunction. This Coach Sanchez from Jamaica makes the adjustment to his athlete.
Felipe Sanchez is actually looking after 2 fighters. He's got Jamari Fraser in the next amateur bout, lower weight category, 71 kilogram class. Stick that jabs was the cry, and I see the argument from the corner there. They are new, and that is a very pat-a-cake kind of an attempt at a jab, and I think they're going to have to try to work on that with Brown. But he got a good right hand going over the top there. Still very, very new in so many ways, and looking that, frankly, here tonight. But he's a stocky kid. I spoke to him at the weigh-in yesterday, and apparently there's a lot of athletic ability, which has excited the coaches. And again, very good call from the corner there. You're lunging, Gino. Let the jab go. Don't reach for it. Brady's not exactly setting a hot tempo here himself. There's a curious crowd of onlookers in some ways here tonight, because there's been such an absence of boxing, professional or amateur, indeed, in Cayman Islands for such a long time, and they're going to learn plenty, I think, about some of the finer points, as these 2 youngsters are. Didn't miss with too many of those, and that head guard is going to have to be sorted out properly in the corner. We reach the end of the round. Felipe Sanchez has got to sort that out. Red corner.
You know, you mentioned, Paul, the first time for these young boxers to be fighting in such a massive crowd. Obviously, the last time that Cayman had a boxing event was a small in-house fight night in March of 2021. Nothing near the magnitude of this. I mean, we have Roy Jones Jr. in the building, a couple hundred people out here. Might not seem like a lot of people to the listening audience, but this is as big as it gets in this country.
Well, we got a great reception, number one, and everybody's been so very helpful. They are learning as they go, obviously, and we are aware that we were a little behind the schedule getting the action underway, for which we can only apologise. But as Russell says, you know, we're breaking new ground in every possible dimension here tonight. These kids new to boxing completely, trying to seize their opportunity in the limelight here. So hopefully, at the start of the 3rd round, we've got all the bits of hardware that we need for Brady to go and finish in style. He stepped onto his man quite nicely, Gino Brown. Sometimes he doesn't quite know what to do when he gets there, but he has given Brady, who does tend to go back in straight lines, he's quite an easy target to hit, and Brown has found that target a few times at least, Russell, hasn't he?
He certainly has,
and
but
he nearly did again there. If he'd have let the right hand go with a bit more confidence, that might have produced the result that he was dreaming of.
But there is no quit in the young Jamaican. As you see, he is answering back every time Brown puts the pressure on him.
Brady was actually a little bit heavier at the scales, and does seem to have a little bit more strength about him, but the pacier attacks, it's almost like Brown is only getting into the rhythm now in the 3rd round of this.
Which is very impressive, for, you know, considering the level that he is at in his boxing career, and how high intense this fight has been so far.
He's given Brady plenty to think about. I think you're quite right, Russell. They should be well pleased with this. He's only 17 years of age. Brady's a year older. But now we get to the stage in any fight, amateur or pro, where every minute that you spent working on your fitness starts to come into play. And they're both finding it tough going. Corner all the time is Erling Brown to go hard right to the end. Not quite able to lift the tempo in order to catch the eye of the judges here. Last 10 seconds of this opening contest tonight. A warmer up for everybody. The first step on the road for these two very young men, Gino Brown and Hakeem Brady. We're going to await the outcome, but we'll say with certainty that they have learned a great deal over the last 10 minutes of their boxing careers.
First fight for Gino Brown.
I think we're one of the great sound system operators on the island here tonight. He's doing an unbelievable job banging out the tunes, and we're grateful for the distraction, but it now looks like Jay Earhart has been handed the scorecards. Here we go.
Applause for these tremendous fighters, please. The judges in a unanimous decision, the winner from the Cayman Islands, Gino Brown.
So we get to see the big smiley face. Gino Brown, he's a very charming young man with a big future, I'm told, out of the ring. He hopes to study engineering at university, but that gets his amateur boxing career underway. He is the points winner in our opener here over Hakeem Brady, the youngster from Jamaica. So that is 1-0 in this affair between a triangular little mini tournament tonight. Cayman Islands, Jamaica and Bahamas, who also feature here in these three amateur bouts that we have for you as the crowd assembles ahead of the professional action. Second amateur bout is upcoming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring from Jamaica, fighting in the red corner, Jamari Frazier.
So
please welcome from the Cayman Islands, Alec Lopez.
Well, it's beginning to fill up here in the Lions Centre, and that gets a very big roar indeed for Alec Lopez.
I used to pray for times like
It's two 17-year-olds in this one. This young man in the 71 kilogram class is 5 feet 10 tall. And I would certainly say that he's one of the more experienced of the amateurs on show here tonight. This is his 6th contest, and he's got a little bit of a winning habit in recent times, Alec Lopez.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fight is brought to you by GBH Promotions and the Fight Academy, and sponsored by the Flying Scotsman. The amateur bout is sanctioned by the Cayman Islands Boxing Association. This is a 3-round amateur boxing in the welterweight division. In the red corner, from Jamaica, Jamari Frazier. Fighting out of the blue current corner and wearing all blue, from the Cayman Islands, Alec Lopez.
Lopez has got a little bit of a following in here tonight.
Our judges for today are Alan Murray, Troy O'Neill, and Rogelio Pita. Our referees, Tijan Nassali, and our timekeepers, Mark Jeffries.
So a win for the Cayman Islands in the opening contest for Gino Brown, and now Alec Lopez seeks to follow up. This is at welterweight. And Lopez full of confidence in every sense, and a recent winner of a gold medal in the Bahamas at the Thanksgiving competition. He's been schooled abroad as well. He went to Florida, I understand, to compete in the Golden Gloves series recently. And as mentioned, Russell, he's a big, strong kid, 5'10", only 17 years of age, and at the weigh-in yesterday, I took a look at him and I said to him, not entirely in jest, I don't know how tall you're going to be when you're fully grown, because he is still growing, they tell me, but he moves very nicely indeed, and it's an eye-catching beginning from this young man, Alec Lopez of the Cayman Islands. Russell, the big picture tonight is that we want to showcase a couple of the Cayman Islands' best young talents, and this young man is wasting no time trying to seize the top billing in that respect, is he, with this start? Frazier's following a little bit too much for the Jamaican corner's liking here early on. It all looks a bit new on this trip to Jamari Frazier, and in many senses it is new. It's actually his first appearance outside of Jamaica. His 4th fight overall. Registered amateur contest. And he's taken a fair amount of flack in the opening round. It's been a really impressive start to this for me from Alec Lopez. As we hit the end of round 1.
What a round for the Caymanian Alec Lopez. Of course, his coach Floyd Trumpet tending to his athlete. He is certainly the fan favorite.
It's our second amateur contest of the night to kick it all off in the Lions Centre in Georgetown in the Cayman Islands, and this young man in blue, Alec Lopez of the Cayman Islands. I'm very taken with this opening. I heard some good things about him yesterday at the weigh-in, and he is moving with confidence off that left hand, not finding it hard to find the target against Jamari Fraser, who again in this early part of the second round is doing way too much following of Lopez, who dictates the terms even from the outside here, as Fraser grabs the center of the ring, but there's not a lot more strategy attached to it than that. He's just making himself a very easy target.
Lopez, a man of his word. I spoke with him earlier this week. He said he's going to utilize that jab and he's going to move, and he's doing exactly that.
Tempo has dropped a little bit in this second round. Lopez got out the gate really quickly. Obviously on such a big night for him and for all the people who've taken him to this stage. Now he's on a much bigger stage internationally, but he's rising to it. Real sharp combination. The right hand was a good shot, but it's impressive because everything's coming off a very well-schooled left jab. And I would say to this point, this is jab of the night that we're seeing from Alec Lopez. A step up certainly on the two youngsters in the first contest tonight, Joe Brown and Hakeem Brady, and they should be watching what Lopez is doing and learning from that. Tijan Masali, the referee, just keeps them at it. He doesn't need a second invitation, Lopez. Fraser's taking way too many shots here for me. And again, and there's not a great deal coming back. The legs are okay, but he is in danger of having his spirit broken here, Jamari Fraser, and he needs to fire back. The temptation is to become a little bit complacent when you are in such command, and there was just a reminder on the bell to Lopez from the corner. And good work, Russell.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Lopez is pouring it on Fraser here, and I think he has to be extremely careful. This is amateur boxing. The referee can step in at any moment if he continues to take so much damage. But let's see how round 3 plays out.
Nice and calm in that corner. Floyd Trumpet. He too is the coach, Russell. He's at the start of a journey, isn't he? Because there are big plans to develop amateur boxing in the Cayman Islands. We know that. But they're aware, I think, that they've got a long way to go to catch up some of the more traditionally powerful nations in the Caribbean. Again, same on repeat. Lopez may have just saved a little bit in the second round, I think, which is pretty smart from this young man to give a big show here in the third. He was really pouring it on in the first round, seemed to take it down half a beat in the second round, but now he's beginning to turn it up at the start of the third round. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from this kid tonight. Just a reminder from the Lopez corner, just keep the distance, work off that jab, time your rush, don't walk onto anything at this stage. Fraser caught him once with that big, slow left hand hook. Needs more than that. That's another slow one which misses completely. Lopez has read the script by now and gets on his bike, and from the outside he'll start to try to construct another attack or two here. As all night long in this fight, Fraser is following him around and expending a lot of energy, not getting very much reward here.
Stop!
And he got a bit frustrated there, Fraser. He left the head down just a bit too long. The referee, Masali, was into him. Didn't give him anything more than just a reminder. I've seen other amateur contests where that would have turned into a full warning. Not here, not tonight, not in Georgetown. That's going to get a warning, or it should do. The frustration has grown and grown as this fight has gone along for Fraser. And that seals the deal, isn't it? It's going to be a point off. We're going to run out of time here in a second, I think. We do. So it ends without a great fanfare, in all honesty, with the referee dishing out the lecture and then the point deduction for Jamari Fraser. But either side of that, that is a job really well done by young Alec Lopez from Georgetown in front of his home fans tonight. What a great opportunity for him it was, and to me, Russell, he seized it in very stylish fashion indeed.
100% outboxed Fraser here tonight, and did exactly what he said he was going to do: stick, move, and no doubt, I believe he secured the victory, especially with that point deduction in the third.
Ladies and gentlemen, by unanimous decision, the winner from the Cayman Islands,
Lopez knew he'd won that. Everybody in the house knew that he'd won that. The point deduction at the end of it, absolutely academic. Alec Lopez has just taken a few steps forward in his career tonight. Here in his hometown, Jamari Fraser has been well and truly outclassed, I'm afraid, and that is 2 defeats from 2 for the Jamaicans here in this mini amateur tournament tonight, and a very impressive winner indeed. Last word on this one to you, Russell, please.
Yeah, the Caymanians came out to shine in front of their home crowd tonight. I'm sure the chairs have really aided them on to put on the performances that they have thus far. Well done to Alec, and well done to Gino Brown.
So one more amateur contest to come. Here up in the 80 kilogram class between Jaden Eccleston of the Cayman Islands and Milano Knowles of the Bahamas. And then we will do a quick reset and get the professional action, the main card, underway. Thanks everybody for joining us on Fight Zone.
Three minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, to the ring. From the red corner, from the Bahamas, Clarence Hepburn.
Jake! Jake! Jake!
Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me. Please welcome into the boxing ring from the Bahamas, the Logos.
All right, our MCJ, just clarifying matters there. It is indeed Milano Knowles of the Bahamas who's made his way into the ring. 80-kilogram amateur contest, the third of the night, and Cayman Islands in a strong position in this little mini match, mini Caribbean derby we're going to call it tonight. 2-0 up over Jamaica. Let's see if Bahamas could do any better against the Cayman Islands representative here, Jaden Eccleston, who's much older and much more experienced than the first two boys, Gino Brown and Alec Lopez, and he is a two-time Caribbean champion, and I understand he has a little bit of a reputation already, Russell.
This amateur bout is sanctioned by the Cayman Islands Boxing Association. Judges for today's bout are Alan Murray from the UK, Tijan Astley from the UK, and Yohirio Pita, his name, also doing that. In the blue corner, from the Cayman Islands, Jaden Eccleston. And in the red corner, Milano Knowles. And we're in the ring, controlling the action from the bell, Troy O'Neill.
Referee Troy O'Neill, Jaden Eccleston of the Cayman Islands against Milano Knowles, who's made the trip from the Bahamas. It's 23-year-old Eccleston against 22-year-old Knowles. Eccleston with plenty of amateur experience at quite a high level, as Russell Seaford had just been explaining. Knowles, only a year younger, doesn't really have that to call upon. 3 exhibition fights, I understand, but they're here to give him some meaningful game time because they do believe he could be an outside bet come the qualifiers for the Olympic Games to be staged in Italy in February, and he's they hope going to be part of a very strong Bahamas contingent being sent to that tournament. But there's an air of confidence about Eccleston right from the get-go here. Hands are low.
It is 100% his style, and he's very confident inside of it.
A little reconnaissance mission there with the right hand round the side of the target from Eccleston. It was delivered quite slowly, but that's a straight right hand. That's pretty smart. That's what we call ring intelligence there. He went on the outside with the first slow right-hander to make Knowles double think it, and there was a little bit of space down the middle for the straight right hand, which followed about 10 seconds later. That's mighty impressive. But of course, this is being fought at a pace which will suit Eccleston. Knowles can't get out of first gear just at the moment.
Yes. You know, watching Jaden in the past, this is his feeling out round. The second round, he's going to come in, and it's going to look like a different person.
That's a very interesting insight indeed, Russell. Thank you very much for that, and I believe every word of what you've just said. Knowles needs to be aware of it, but I just have the sense that Knowles too is still on a little bit of a reconnaissance mission, and Eccleston does need to think about that big left hand that I'm told Knowles presents, and indeed physically presents, because he's got it cocked, that left hand, to throw. We've not seen him throw it yet. He's beaten to the punch there. Right hand off the wrong foot, really, as he came in by Eccleston, but it was effective. And too tentative. He thought about throwing it, Knowles, the left hand, and by which time Eccleston was on him.
Yeah, these guys are throwing power punches early.
Man, Eccleston, Russell. He also seems quite to be enjoying the opportunity to lay a little bit on him physically, and the referee here, Troy O'Neill, is letting him get on with it, commendably in my opinion, but it's not something we see in a lot of amateur jurisdictions, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, that's not good body language by the Bahamian there.
No, it's not.
It looked like he might have clocked him. Oh boy.
Last few seconds of this opening round, and we're going to get a standing count, I think, from the referee here, O'Neill. Knowles looks alarmingly reluctant, to be honest with you. The count continues. In the corner, we have Jeremiah Gibson for the Bahamas. In fact, he is the national coach. And as in the previous contests, Floyd Trumpet for the Cayman Islands, between the ropes, that is. Nice and calm and composed, but in the other corner, the furthest to us as we look here, Knowles' man Gibson, he's got a lot of work on. I think more than the physical, Russell, he's got still some belief in his man here at the moment.
Yeah.
Because as you rightly said, he looked very reluctant in the last 10 seconds of that first round.
100%. And this is Jaden's world. He plays mind games, and he breaks his opponent mentally, and this isn't good body language from the Bahamian so early on in the fight. And if he doesn't pick it up a notch, this fight might not go to the third.
So Jaden Eccleston surely has put another round in the bank here for the Cayman Islands, and I don't think it's going to be continuing here. Jeremiah Gibson has done his best in the corner, but that is going to be it. Milano Knowles is unable to continue. He was being significantly outgunned in that opening round. They had plenty coming in their direction, even though I spoke to them yesterday, they were very confident indeed of causing the upset here, the Bahamians. But no, not to be, and rightly, in my view, spared any further damage by Jermaine Gibson, who, as you said, Russell, I think he talked him out of continuing, even if he was wavering himself.
100%.
They've got to take the lessons away. They've got a couple of months of hard work ahead before they get their chance to put this young man into the Olympic qualifying. But I'll be truthful, he's going to need a lot better than what we've seen tonight. All the credit goes to Jaden Eccleston, and a sense, Russell, that with Eccleston, we haven't even scratched the surface with that tonight. There was a lot more that he had to show. He's not had the opportunity.
Oh, he's the cardio machine in his gym. Between him and Alec Lopez, who fought prior to him, two of those training partners, of course, out at the Performance Lab. But this is exactly what Jaden wanted here tonight. A little earlier than I thought it would be, but certainly the result for the Caymanian.
Ladies and gentlemen, with an RSC, meaning the referee has stopped the contest, the winner from the Cayman Islands, Jaden Eccleston! And from Cronin back to present the trophies to for our boxers.
Couple of mementos of the occasion. That's a very handsome trophy indeed, isn't it, for Eccleston? And like Lopez, it's been the perfect showcase for both of those young men tonight. Gino Brown in the first amateur contest. He's going to be better for having had a part to play in this. And a big congratulations from us all on Fight Zone to the Cayman Islands amateurs, because they have all stood up, all produced, all have been winners, and this is a very early step in the right direction as the Cayman Islands Boxing Association, Russell, seeks to take the amateur game forward here. We salute what they've done. Well played.
No, you're spot on there, Paul, and the reality is these boys have been itching for a fight. They've been itching for an event like this to come to the Cayman Islands, just a fight night in general over the last couple of years, and they have really proved that the wait was worth the while for all the fight fans here in attendance here. They did their job, and congratulations to all the Caymanian boxers.
Very impressive indeed, Russell. Hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of them, and hopefully we'll get the chance to come back and watch their progress over the next year or two, regardless of whether they do make the Olympic Games or not. But wouldn't it be wonderful if at least one of the Cayman Island boxers did get into that competition in 2024. We are underway. There is going to be a short wait now, everybody, as we turn our attention to the main event here. That is the lineup of professional action, but that was a very nice little warm-up act, and thank you everybody for joining us on Fight Zone. We will be back with you very shortly, as our ring announcer Jay Earnhardt just suggested. In about 10 minutes we'll be getting the action underway, and at the top of the bill, two Commonwealth belts up for grabs tonight. They're the Super Bantamweight Women's Silver, to be competed for between Katie Healy from Wolverhampton and the Canadian Shirley Barnett. And at the top of the bill tonight, one to savour, I think, the Commonwealth Light Flyweight title defence by Matt Windle from Birmingham against Craig Derbyshire. And many of our viewers will have watched Derbyshire over the years in the United Kingdom. What a chance for both of those two in this amazing venue on this wonderful night. And as the atmosphere continues to be, we will rejoin you shortly.
I don't know if they're It's not over there, it's here, it's right in the camera. That should be Lewis. Neutral density, but there's no other filters or anything on the camera. I think so.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Clash in Cayman. Make some noise for the Clash in Cayman. Making their way to the ring in the red corner, fighting out of Panama City, Panama. Make some noise for Edgardo Evilia.
So here we go, everybody. We're about to get the real stuff underway now after the amateur taster tonight. Live on Fight Zone from here in the Lions Center in Georgetown. Here comes Edgardo Avila Lopez. This will be 4-3s at lightweight to get the professional part of the card underway. He's from Panama City. It's his 5th pro fight. 2 wins, 2 defeats so far.
And fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 100. Let's give us a second coming out of the blue corner. Let's see. And in the blue corner, weighing in at 140 pounds, fighting out of Velasco, Texas, please welcome Jose Luis Sareda. And inside the ring this evening, controlling the action, our referee tonight, Donovan Boucher.
So here comes Jose Luis Soseda, the 21-year-old from Mercedes, Texas. It's only his 3rd pro outing. Only about his 5th month as a professional, actually. He turned pro in July of this year. 1-round knockout victory over Darius Johnson in his hometown. And his last outing was in October against Roberto Pina. That went 4 rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, live in the Cayman Islands, let's make some noise again for the Clash in Cayman. We would like to welcome those watching around the world via Fight Zone, brought to you by GBH Productions, Fight Academy, sponsored by Elite Marble Grant. Tonight's fight is sanctioned by Cayman Islands Boxing Commission. Our judges tonight, Mr. Ed Pearson from Canada, Dale Ramoon, and Brendan Leon. Jose Sacera.
So before we go any further into the preliminaries, I should mention the 3rd man in the ring tonight. 10 out of 10 for anybody watching with us on Fight Zone who does recognize him. Donovan Boucher, once a real top-line Canadian welterweight. We have got Commonwealth titles on the line tonight. This man actually held the Commonwealth welterweight title in his heyday, and I remember him fighting Crisanto España of Venezuela for the WBA world title. Time seems to have stood still for him, but he knows the game inside and out, and from a different side now. Not so very often in the modern era that top-line fighters become top-line referees, but here we have Donovan Boucher. It's Jose Luis Soseda from Mercedes in Texas. 3rd pro fight, coming out of the blue corner against Edgardo Avila Lopez of Panama City as the professional leg of the Clash in Cayman card, breaking new ground here live on Fight Zone from the Cayman Islands, from Georgetown, the Lion City resort venue here, and we get it underway.
These guys are throwing fire early.
Welcome, Russell. Welcome to professional boxing. And you see the step up in the intensity level immediately compared to the very talented young men we've been watching tonight at amateur level.
And you can see they're a bit more reserved as well.
Lopez is reluctant to give ground because he knows that that could be very troublesome indeed. And better than that, he ties up Sauceda. I think the plan from Sauceda's corner tonight is to try to keep the tempo high to out-crowd Lopez, if you like. But he's quite wily, is Lopez. He's not falling for that early on. Cutting off the ring quite nicely, actually, and asking Sauceda to reach a little bit and keep on the move himself. And Sauceda actually has shown one or two moments of defensive fallibility. Looks well organised enough coming forward, but the right hand round the side of the head did find the target from Lopez. The double jab is a potentially big weapon in this fight, though, Russell, for Sauceda. Don't change the jab was the cry from the corner. That is the key to Sauceda taking control, as they wish him to do, over the 4-round distance. Closing seconds of round 1 here.
A very snappy, effective jab by Sauceda thus far. There it lands again.
He is susceptible to that right hand coming back the other way, and that needs to be addressed, I think. Lopez are going to close the ground during the closing stages of this round and catch the judge's eye. He has just let the tempo drop again after that period when he seemed to be driving Lopez backwards. And Lopez again is reluctant to give any ground. Now we are into the last 10 seconds. And Lopez misses with the right hand.
A clean right body shot landed right at the end of that round for Sauceda, as a little blood is coming from his nose.
Could have gone better, but it could have gone worse, I think, for the man facing Sauceda here in that opening round, Edgardo Avila Lopez. I think he served notice that Sauceda is going to have to work a bit for this tonight. Sauceda coming out of the blue corner with the 2 wins as a pro compared to the 50-50 slate. 2 losses and 2 wins for Lopez. They gave him the warning in the Sauceda corner about that right hand coming back. That time he actually found him around the side of the right ear with his left hook, the Lopez. And these are constant encouragements for him to keep firing, but he does back away to the ropes for the first time as Sauceda tries to claim the center and up the tempo with the jab. Find him with a good shot underneath there, off the jab. Lopez is being opened up just a little bit with the increased speed and power behind those shots, but he just started to rush it there, Sauceda, a little bit. Doesn't need to do that. He's turning up the pressure quite intelligently, though, in this second round, Sauceda.
Oh, he caught him with a
really good left hook. Second one wasn't quite so good, but Lopez certainly felt both of them, and he's in a bit of trouble now suddenly, Lopez, as Salcedo starts to open up.
It was a huge body shot that landed, and he's still Winston.
Still feeling it, Russell. Backs away to the corner. Another flurry, and Donovan Boucher is going to be taking a really close look. He's actually fallen right out of the ring, and the judge performed miracles there to catch him. That could have been very serious indeed. Should get the 20 seconds here, as he was technically out of the ring, all bar his bootstraps. Donovan Boucher's going to have to look into his eyes and find out if he wants to continue. The crowd have certainly been engaged by this showing in this second round from Salcedo. Quite sensitive in round one, having a little look at what he had to face tonight. But when he opens up, he is really starting to do a number here on Lopez, and look quite heavy-handed to me, I must say. He has him where he wants him.
And he's so concerned with the body shots now that he's leaving his head open. And Salcedo is taking advantage of that.
Lopez's legs are still not recovered. Just a steady appliance of pressure here will surely do the job for Salcedo. Surely, but he's dropping off, and he looks to me to be looking for the big shot to finish the show here. A bit early in the fight for me, only 2 rounds in.
Seven!
And somehow Lopez gets through the round. Some very, very impressive stuff from Salcedo, but he might have finished off the job there, and he hasn't done that.
Estás haciendo una guerra, tranquilo. El público te aplaude porque somos de los que nos paramos y seguimos peleando, seguimos tirando la mano. Eso venimos a pelear. Quiero que camine, papi, un poquito más. Que ponga tú aquí conmigo. ¿Tú me dices? Tú eres guapo, eres bravo. Si caemos, pues no importa.
All rather fractious 1 minute with the young career of Bailey Salcedo. His own corner have really got to work on him. For all his good work, they really feel they've let Lopez off the hook there, pardon the pun, simply because he let the tempo drop when he had his man on the way out, it seemed to me, Russell.
100%. They were asking him to remain calm and pick his shots.
Lopez into the corner, and from there Salcedo can be expected to build another attack. Lopez having only the first round, serious danger of being outclassed and finished in the second round, and he's not been busy. Well, he's not been busy enough since the hit came up in round 2.
Work behind the jab and then bump. Come on, work behind the jab. Come on.
That's a really nice enough.
Right there, man! Feel him out! Pick him out!
Touch. Come on, gotta move your hand. Touch. Hey, come on, touch. Come on, touch.
Salcedo
Come on, touch.
knows that Lopez isn't going anywhere, but that is not enough by itself, and he needs to keep working him over, as the corner are telling him, and certainly told him at the end of the first round.
And the ref is paying close attention here. It seems like he's itching to step in.
Needs to keep seeing something coming back from Lopez. That's the point. And the left underneath again is giving Lopez plenty to think about. He looked for help from the referee there, Lopez. The finish might not be far away here. The legs have, for me, never recovered from what happened in the preceding round.
Yeah, his hands are low. It's a big sign of fatigue. And it's credit to those body shots by Salcedo. And just landed 2 to the head there. Clean shots.
He is 1 punch away from finishing this, for me. But the problem is here that Salcedo also thinks that, so he's looking for the big shot rather than really working his man to a point where it all falls apart. It's being held together by some flimsy needlework at the moment for Lopez. But he's seeking to pull the stitching apart with one big rip rather than just picking it apart. The victory's there for the taking any time he wants it, Salcedo. It's a slow-moving target, and of course that invites Saucedo to measure his work.
Yeah, high punching. High punching. Tap, man. Come on, right there. There you go, do it again.
Lopez has been on unsteady legs for a round and a half, and more than that. It still must feel like a long way from home in a 4-rounder for Lopez at the moment.
Overhead right.
Work your hands, work your hands, work your hands. Straight punches, straight punches. Come on, straight punches.
1-2.
Rather in danger of overcomplicating it here, Saucedo.
1-2, back.
Obviously in a winning position.
1-2, back.
It's another round in the bank, Russell, but it might have been job done by now, I think.
Certainly job done. I got to give credit to Lopez for trying to answer back some of those shots. It's the dog inside of him coming out for sure. But this is not good body language from him at all. I would be very surprised if this is not over in the next round.
I'm not sure if it is audible or not, but I will apologise to anybody offended with the character of some of the language in the Saucedo corner. The phrase that's been repeated more than once, which I can repeat on their behalf, is "you are better than what you have shown." He's made hard work of it for himself. But he's well in front, and this is the 4th of 4. Young fighters coming through in the United States always have this mindset that they have to get the stoppage to impress, and that's understandable. But the stoppage will come if the work goes into creating the opportunity. That's what he's neglected over the last couple of rounds. Started this round in quite stylish fashion, however, Saucedo. Right hand found the target. Lopez remains a very slow-moving target with one objective: be on his feet, which have threatened to betray him several times, but to be on his feet at the end of this 4th round.
Oh, that was a clean
Everybody
left
in the hall
hand,
felt that.
but Lopez answered back there.
The problem, Saucedo knows he's in a little bit of a spotlight tonight. That's why he's been going all out for the stoppage. But if he is not going to stop his man, what he does need to do is to look mighty impressive in dominating. But when he allows the tempo to drop and the action is not free-flowing, the suggestion becomes that he hasn't got a lot more to show us. That can, to a degree, undermine the positive impression that he is making at this early stage in his pro career.
Oh, that's not, he's turning his back.
Just a suggestion, perhaps, that the fitness level of Saucedo could do with a little bit of improvement. I know he's dominating to almost a complete extent, but these drops in the tempo, if we're not seeing something explosive when he picks it up, do rather question whether it's either the mindset that he wants to work hard or whether his body's going to let him do that. This is only 4-round distance as well, remember. It's all early days in his career. There's clearly a lot to work with.
I might be wrong, but it looked like Lopez was searching for a knee there.
He's letting Lopez get away with it. Saucedo. A lot of the menace has gone out of these punches from Saucedo late on in this contest. Again, stressing, only a 4-rounder tonight. Last 10 seconds of it now. And it looks like Edgardo Avila Lopez is going to hear the final bell tonight. It looked like he wouldn't see the end of the 2nd round, but he's made it all the way to the finish line.
Wow.
All out. Lopez slumps on his stool, but there's a small corner of his mind at this moment which is saying, I did all right to get to the end of that. And for a team that's had a good win here, the Saucedo team, they are not entirely convinced with the quality of some of the man's work. Just to clarify, it's a 4-rounder, and that is the finish. There was a little moment of confusion, and the referee Donovan Voucher had to say to the people at ringside, that's it. It is 4 rounds only, and it will go to the judges. I think we all know what the judges will say, incidentally. Russell, your view on that?
I thought it was pure domination by Saucedo. Obviously, his corner wanted him to pick up the pace a bit more, try to get that finish, but ultimately he got the win, and I think that that's what they came here for.
That'll make it 3 wins in a row. Inside 5 months of his pro career, Saucedo. So here we go, we're going to get the judges' verdict now.
And the winner of this 4-round fight for the super lightweight division by unanimous decision, Luis Saucedo.
Saucedo gets it. Nobody's surprised about that. He's shown his potential in flashes tonight.
Saucedo.
Edgardo Avila Lopez managed to see it through, very gamely indeed. So his agent will be pleased about that, and his agent will hope that the phone rings again tomorrow.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Clash in Cayman. Make some noise. You can do better than that, Cayman. Let's go, make some noise. There we go, fight fans. Making their way to the ring in the red corner, 253 pounds. Fighting out of Brighton, England. Make some noise for Mr. Harvey Dykes. Coming out of the blue corner. Coming out of the red corner, weighing in at 246 pounds. Fighting out of Alberta, Canada. Make some noise for Tyler Tremblay.
So after a little false start, we're moving on to our heavyweight attraction here tonight in Georgetown. And here comes Tyler Tremblay from Canada, Alberta to be precise. He's 32 years of age, 3 pro fights, couple of wins, 1 defeat, 1 stoppage victory. And until Tuesday, he had no concept that he might be sitting by the Caribbean Ocean enjoying a drink late on a Friday night. Late replacement, but here to take advantage of it.
Weighing in at 253 pounds, fighting out of Brighton, England. Make some noise for Mr. Harvey Dykes.
So now it will be Harvey Dykes. Turned pro late at 27. Of course, there are at every level in the United Kingdom at the moment so many heavyweights to gain publicity and gain interest. It's a very crowded marketplace, but he has started with a victory. Just, a month ago in Brighton on that card, which featured a couple of other talented young heavyweights.
We would like to welcome those
Sourth,
around the world by a fight zone, brought to you by GBH Promotions,
Nazarian.
Fight Academy, Cayman Islands Commission. Presiding over the fight today, and the judges, Mr. Donovan Boucher, Timmy Thomason, and Dale Ramoon. And inside the ring, taking all the action will be Mr. Joey Stomei.
So Joel Scobie is the referee. Gonna bring the 2 heavyweights together. Dykes, the taller man, and at the scales yesterday, 7 pounds heavier, 253 pounds, playing 246. Stopped early, Tremblay last time out in Edmonton in mid-October. First round, down and out against Jorge Paredes. So scheduled for 6 at heavyweight. Harvey Dykes, built it out of Brighton. against Tyler Tremlett, who's made the trip down from Alberta, Canada. Tremlett doing his best to earn some respect inside the first minute here. Dykes starts to settle. Work off the jab quite nicely there. I have just the sense, Russell, that the better boxing we might be seeing here from Dykes, but a very clear sense also that Tremlett is a competitor, doesn't mind it rough and ready.
100%. Obviously, Dykes is the more experienced man, 10-2 record that he holds. But this is heavyweight boxing. One punch is all it takes. And I'm sure Tremlett will be looking for that KO. And Dykes will be searching for his first KO as well, despite having a 10-2 record.
Tremlett earns a bit of respect with that right hand. It's a learning experience for all of us here tonight, I'll be honest, about Harvey Dykes. Tremlett again is willing to throw that right hand, really let it go with utter conviction. Dykes did well to get out of the way, and he is very agile indeed, Dykes, for such a big fellow. Very nice combination off the right jab there. He's certainly giving Tremlett plenty of problems to solve in the boxing department in this opening round. But in close, this is where Tremlett feels he can make a mark on Dykes. He'd prefer him not to go anywhere until he gives him a good going over along those ropes. And Dykes has rather slid down the rope rather than slid away. Now he does get away. Chance to get free and send out that southpaw jab of his and work off that again. Keeping the tempo high. At range, he looks impressive to me, Dykes. Still in the very early stages of this fight, and indeed in his career. But they've wasted little time getting down to it. And both have had success during this opening round. Tremlett looking to finish strong and throw that right hand if possible. Good round.
I think you did. Don't worry about that. Hey, listen. You double jab, if you cross his head, if you bend down to his right, never change your left hand to his body. Look faster.
So here we go, round two. Harvey Dykes, as Russell has said, with the greater experience, is cool, calm and collected through that opening round. But Tremlett, undaunted. Dykes out and away. Referee Scobie gets in between them, and I think he's going to have to do it again here. Dykes is smothering and closing down on Dykes' work at every opportunity. Try as he might to turn him on the ropes there, Russell. He can't do it. There is that bit of power about Tremlett. Physical power which prevents Dykes from turning him, as he's again seeking to do here. And that tells us a couple of things. One, that Harvey Dykes has got a very, very good boxing intelligence, actually, and he knows what is required, but it also reminds us that Tremlett is a big, strong fella, and he's happy to make his strength, his physical bulk, pay. And again, he's marching Dykes back to the rope here. That can be very tiring for Dykes if Dykes isn't careful. Dykes has demonstrated already tonight, as per the form book, that he's got the know-how, the experience, and probably the better skill set, but it's becoming Tremlett's kind of fight. Needs to get out, Dykes. Tremlett in danger of giving him a bit of working over here. There's a bit of blood around the nose of Dykes. That will encourage Tremlett that these tactics are starting to work a little bit. Dykes from distance responds well. Tremlett hung on and then let go to demonstrate to the referee that he was all right. He nearly sat down on that bottom rope there. I'm not sure he convinced anybody that he's all right. Dykes has found a little bit of a moment of a breakthrough. Tremlett needs a half a second or two to compose himself.
I think that flurry earned a little bit of respect.
Tremlett has slowed Dykes down in this second round. That is to his advantage, but a reminder that the superior skills in the main belong to Harvey Dykes here. Last 10 seconds of this second round. The right hand by Tremlett wasn't bad. The second right hand was better. And Dykes, just for a moment, was grateful that the rope was there. Some good work again from both in that second round. Russell.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was a lot of holding, but I guess that is to the advantage of Tremlett, putting all that weight on Dykes.
Luke Hewitt is in the corner for Dykes. Dean Maynard over on the other side.
Two rounds down. Four to go.
Rounds down, Russell. At range, Dykes can dictate terms. It's not been at range for long enough. That's the problem.
Yeah, he certainly looks like the more technical guy on the outside. And I guess that is why Tremlett wants to keep him as close as possible.
Just in one sense, Dykes has rather helped Tremlett achieve that end. He does tend to go back in a straight line. If he can focus on going around in a circle around him to keep Tremlett on the move, he probably would avoid that. Sometimes that's difficult when, as here, he's working well to get inside off that pretty good jab of his, the southpaw jab. Left hand found the mark. Tremlett took a step backwards there, but comes back again with that right hand, which is his default shot. Left hook was a good one by Dykes. Didn't wait for the jab, just opened up in response. Good heavyweight fight, this.
I think that one went a bit low.
He'll get some time here. It's an unwanted break really for Dykes. He was getting into his rhythm there, I thought. Should be encouraged though. Nice and tidy there, very accurate. The boxing will bring the victory here for Dykes, no question of it.
100%.
Out and away on his feet. Sense of a breakthrough, and Dykes wants to get on with it. I think he felt there that the referee intervening rather gave Tremlett a half a second to recover his composure again. but Tremlett's running short of ideas. A sense that the fight has turned very much in favour of Dykes in this third round. Tremlett's beginning to fall in a little bit more as well, and if Dykes can just measure him, I think he could catch him on the way in as he loses balance.
Couldn't agree with you more. Dykes just need to stay off the ropes and do what he's been doing for the majority of this round, but this is exactly where Tremlett wants him, right up against the ropes.
Has allowed his best work to be smothered a little bit. Tremlett was rather ruined a lot of good intentions in this round for me, because it was going very well for Dykes for the first minute and a half. The left hook near the finish of the round wasn't far away. Big arcing shot. Tremlett pretty much got out of the way of it, and he's going to see his way through to the end of this third round, but it's been harder for Tremlett, and for me, better by Dykes.
Hey, just because you're winning doesn't mean you slack off. Relax.
I think they feel in the corner they could have done without the visit from the referee there, quite honestly. They feel that Tremlett has instigated all the ungainly stuff. Ugly fight is to Tremlett's liking. A boxing match is to Dykes' liking. Either way, for me, Dykes is winning it, and in time looking impressive. Sharp punch right at the start of the fourth round, and Tremlett definitely felt it. I haven't seen Harvey Dykes before. I'm quite impressed with this tonight, for one with such little professional experience. You rightly mentioned his amateur experience, Russell, and with every respect to you, what you may not be aware is it's almost as hard to get credibility and exposure as an amateur in British heavyweight boxing at the moment, because the depth of field is so great. There's so many good fighters, amateur and pro these days at heavyweight, in marked contrast to 15, 20 years ago. But this is a performance tonight, for me, in only his second pro outing from Dykes, which will alert a few people to his ability. There really is something to work with here. And Tremlett's in danger of getting a bit of a going over here. The time has come for Tremlett to show something different, rather than willpower, and obviously he's a very robust, strong young man. That unknown is not enough here. Slipping and sliding along the rope. Blowing hard, Tremlett. The fundamentals are sound, and of course, Russell, the amateur background to mention again, that is what gives the basic toolkit to a man like Harvey Dykes.
And you could see that turnover. I mean, he looks incredibly technical, as you mentioned. It doesn't look like a heavyweight, and he's so clean with his punches, and they're coming from him lightning fast right now, late in this fight.
Just needs to continue to give him a going over off that right jab, not as he did a couple of times in this round. Let Tremlett smother the work that he's doing, some of which is very good indeed. Take a little step back and let the punches go. Tremlett can't stop all of them. The playbook for Tremlett's a pretty short one, in all honesty. Press and try to get your man, onto the rope, give him a going over and find a little angle from there. He can't jab his way in, he can't box his way in, and he can't dance his way in. All of those compartments belong to Dykes in this fight. Again, a couple of missed, but a couple of good shots in there as well from Dykes.
Hey, deep breath. In through your nose. Out your mouth. Come on. In your nose. Out your mouth. There you go. Let's slow down that breathing.
Everything good here?
Fine. Hey, listen. Just keep an eye on the elbow. Right? Yes. Listen, you've got to stay behind your jab and keep your distance. There's no reason to run. To corral it. You fucking don't punch us from the outside, and you don't have to be loaded up.
So round by round, Harvey Dykes is taking control of this in quite impressive fashion. Tremlett is trading on his willpower and his natural strength, but it's not getting a lot of reward here, honestly. We've had one or two good heavyweights actually, Russell, from the Brighton area, Sussex, South Coast, glorious part of the country in England over the last couple of decades. My old friend Scott Welsh, and now his son actually in action. I understand Welsh Jr. fought on the same card in Brighton a few weeks ago as Harvey Dykes on his pro debut. Could be a terrific local rivalry to build between those two. It's good pressure from Dykes.
I think Tremlett might be on wobbly legs here.
Tremlett's not getting out of the way of any of these. He's doing his best to hold on. Round after round, it's gotten harder and harder for Tremlett. It's a 6-rounder, reminder. Dykes looks, to me at least, to be winning it in style, but to finish it off in style will be something else. And I think that's in his mind now. It's always difficult to know for certain, Russell, when the referee intervenes like that, to what degree the opponent has actually helped turn it into what one might call a foul shot by leaning in the way he did there, Tremlett. Didn't seem to me to be a lot that Dykes did wrong, in all honesty.
He just caught him with a clean 1-2. And I think that's, you know, Dykes' most impressive thing is that he just masters the basic of boxing. He slips, he uses jabs, and just keeps everything so crisp.
Nice way to finish the round. Admittedly, he's an easy target and a slow-moving target, but Dykes is applying a very good method here tonight.
Hey, you want to knock this guy out? Then don't try to. Don't try to. Just let your hands go. I guarantee you, if you try to knock him out, you won't get it. If you go in there and you fucking just throw some combination, you know how to do it. You work the heavy guys, and then you fucking let him go.
Here we go, 6th and final round. Harvey Dykes looking to continue to outbox Tyler Treblett, who is looking for a comeback victory, no doubt. But you never know in the sport of boxing.
One thing I think I do know is that Tremblett's going to come and look for something spectacular. Here he goes. He knows he's a mile behind on points. There's only one way he can possibly win this. And his spirit is still strong, even if he's been outschooled tonight. So he remains dangerous to me potentially, because, Russell, in heavyweight boxing, one shot is all it takes. So Dykes just needs to be mindful of that, as controlled and in control as he has been in this fight.
And no doubt he'll be searching for that knockout shot. But he won't get it holding on to Dykes. Credit to Dykes, he's really done what he is supposed to do. You know, again, just using the basics of boxing to control this fight.
Tremblett is the kind of guy you cannot give any encouragement to, because if you allow him to believe that you are becoming frustrated or fatigued, he will still think he's got a chance. He's got that competitive drive inside. Admirable in that sense. Technically, he's been given an absolute lesson tonight from Harvey Dykes. As we see again here, that while he's standing, he still thinks he's got a shot. Also come to the stage in the fight now where Tremblett knows that the end is in sight, and he will take something from surviving through the distance tonight. Might be as little as 30 seconds to go here. A few cries of "Come on, England." I don't know whether the fans in from Brighton, the Harvey Dykes fan club. There's a reminder that while you're on your feet, if you're Tremblett, you've still got a chance if you throw something. And he did throw something near the end. Well done to both. Tremblett's earned his respect. Dykes has surely earned the victory, and I think Dykes might be welcome back here in the Cayman Islands. For me, that was a very good showing tonight. Everybody's applauding it now, not just the England fans, who appear to have made their way here, maybe from Brighton or elsewhere. Maybe they're just casual holiday makers here in the beautiful Cayman Islands. But for whoever, he has put on a show here tonight. A very good showing indeed from Harvey Dykes, for one still so inexperienced in the pro game.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and the winner of the heavyweight fight by unanimous decision, Harvey Dykes.
That was a very good night's work for me by Harvey Dykes, and he's going out to salute some of those fans who followed him. Well done to Taylor Tremlett for getting through that and raising a smile at the end of it. Now we're going to try and get a word with him in a moment or two here on Fight Zone, and I think he's an intriguing story. Let's try to ask him to come out of the ring. Dennis Hobson is going to help us in that regard. Here comes Steve Krupp as well. The two guiding him outside of the ring, quite literally outside of the ring, in just a moment, hopefully. Thank you, Dennis. Harvey, come out and join us. Well done, my friend. We're live on Fight Zone.
Thank you all for staying up. Hello to my daughters, Kayla and Kyla. Yeah, what I said.
Right, well, if I may speak, I was very impressed with that. How near to what you were looking for tonight was that?
Nowhere near, to be honest, if I'm honest. But that's my second fight as a pro. We stepped straight up to 6 rounds. You know, some pros are taking like 4 or 5. We want to go to cruiserweight for titles. Next year it's going to be a complete different year. We're going to work our way down, and then by 2025 we'll be ready for titles. I'm a little bit too small for heavyweight, but I've got that style, do you know what I mean? I can fight, I can box, I can mix it up whenever.
I understand the reasoning in many ways, but as we both know, the cruiserweight division, even for the up-and-comers in Britain, has become nearly as competitive as the heavyweight route. It is not going to be an easier route for you.
Not, but I feel like my size with my speed and my advantages, and a bit of, I think I'll get more power going down. I know it sounds a bit weird, but I feel like when I'm hitting cruiserweights, it's hurting a little bit more. Their speed's unbelievable, do you know what I mean? But I'm carrying a lot of weight in a minute. I've got track nutrition, and could I just say shout out, because Sussex Building Company, if it weren't for them I wouldn't be pro. Yates' scaffolding, Tony, your PDS, but if it weren't for Marcus Morley at Sussex Building, I'd be a bit screwed. He really helps me out monthly. Honestly, he's a diamond. I just want to thank him for that.
Okay, that's fair enough on Fight Zone. We've been very impressed with this performance tonight. A couple more questions before I let you go, please, Harvey. When you turned pro, having won that English ABA Championship, of course, what were your expectations of life as a pro, and how are they matching up now?
I've moved to Don Charles, up in Finchley, and Luke Hewitt helps me out in Brighton. I've moved to Don, and I'm learning a complete different style. He's got Tony Oka fighting Saturday, that's why he's not with us. But yeah, with Don Charles, I was Daniel DeBar's one of the main sparring partners for a Usyk fight. And then we got together, me and Don, through that kind of, that was like a trial period. And yeah, it worked really well. I feel like Don's bringing me on a lot.
Great trainer.
Unbelievable trainer. He thinks highly of you as well. I was speaking to him earlier. But yeah, Don, Coach Ian, I've got a strength conditioner, Alex and Lewis Carr. So I'm getting it all right now. It's next year we've got to get down. If you're not a cruiserweight, I know there's bridge and weight as well for that.
Yes, and there could be, I believe, potentially a new whole cruiserweight, a kind of super cruiserweight division.
Truly, you probably know more than me. I heard there might be a British title coming.
That would be nice as well. But you've ruined my last question on this interview, and I'm going to tell you why. Because with your background from Brighton, Newhaven, the Sussex coastline, there was a natural question to be asked about the other heavyweights over the last 20 years. My old buddy from Brighton, Scott Welsh, and his son. And I was seeing for the promoters a really lovely selling line there, a heavyweight rivalry in Brighton, and that would sell. Trust me, that would sell.
Listen, I respect Tom. His dad's a lovely, you know, and Ben Pringle's the genius behind all that. I respect Tom a lot, you know what I mean? And that's a natural fight to happen down the line. He'll have it, I'll have it. That will happen down the line. I do want to get down for titles, but you know, when that fight comes along, it comes along. You know, I've only had 2. He's about 14, I think. You know, I think he's got to step up now and take a step up. But, you know, I wish him nothing but the best. I wish the whole team nothing but the best. I've got nothing problem with them, do you know what I mean? I'm a nice kid, do you know what I mean? I'd like everyone. But, you know, I don't fear anyone.
I'll tell you what else, I think you're a good fighter and you've got a real chance. And you can clearly draw a crowd because you managed to get a few of your own supporters all the way from the south coast to here in the beautiful Cayman Island.
Yeah, so I can bring Dennis in. I think this could be a partnership coming maybe. Leave you to say a bit more on that if you want to.
Just a line, Dennis, please.
Just a line. You've had it all. Listen, his pedigree speaks for itself. And me and my partner here, Steve Crump, and obviously we've got Barry Borden and GBH Promotions, but my great friend Obe, who I've met through another great friend of mine, Don Charles. The team is excellent. We'll do our bit. The rest is up to you.
And big up everyone staying up at Brighton. I love you all. See you guys.
Well done. Steve, thank you. Dennis, thank you. Obi, thank you. And on with the show in just a few minutes.
We're very grateful for the kind support of Mike Lawrenson and Elite Marble and Granite, without whom this event would not be possible. Thank you, Elite Marble and Granite! We'd also like to thank our other main sponsors, our co-main event sponsor, Kirk Freeport, and our ring road sponsor, Flow! Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring, from the red corner, from Augusta, Georgia, USA, Eric Moon!
So on with the live action we go here on Fight Zone.
Let's bring out
Jay Earhart. has come back to MC duties.
The blue corner, fighting from Toronto, Canada, Mikael Miller.
Despite that false start, the atmosphere is really building here. Mikael Miller has made his way out, and we await the arrival of Eric Moon for this super middleweight contest. Eric Moon has come into the ring, actually, as Miller now makes his way out. Well, our apologies, that was all back to front. But the key facts are, this is super middle, and it's Miller who is taking on Eric Moon, a man who's been out of action for a bit too long. He's quite talented, and as you will see, close to camera now, the one and only all-time great Roy Jones is here with us tonight in the Cayman Islands, and Roy Jones has seen enough in Moon over the course of his long period of inactivity in terms of ring appearances to feel him worthy of being taken under his wing. And if Roy Jones says you've got a chance, you've got a chance, even if you've made a mess of a few chances over the last few years, the way Moon has.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live in the Cayman Islands, the clash in Cayman. We'd also like to welcome those watching from around the world via Fight Zone. Download the app today. It's the future of watching boxing. Boxing is funded by GBH Promotions and Fight Academy and sponsors Elite Marble and Granite. This fight is sanctioned by the Cayman Boxing Commission. Presiding over the match, we have our judges Gail Marone, Brendan Lyons, and Ed Pearson. This fight is 8 rounds in the super middleweight contest. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing silver trunks and weighing in at 167 pounds. From Toronto, Canada, Mikael Miller!
And talk about an unexpected chance in the spotlight for this man at the age of 37. It's been a very indifferent career, one way and the other. Donovan Boucher is double teaming tonight, incidentally, as a referee, and he's in the corner this time as well.
Part of the Roy Jones Jr. Fighting Club. Welcome to the crowd.
All kinds of interesting subplots here. Donovan Boucher was never frightened to fire out of his weight division if required. Of course, he would have taken on Roy Jones in a heartbeat if it had been given the chance, and Roy Jones never shirked anything. One of the all-time greats. So those two are the seconds. The principals are Eric Moon, with his face to us right now, and with his back to us, Mikael Miller, who's travelled down to the Cayman Islands from Toronto. Moon out of Augusta, Georgia.
And can I just say that Eric Moon looks in phenomenal shape?
Well, he wants to be, because he struggled like anything to make the weight yesterday, Russell, and they gave him every possible exception. He took the guts of 2 hours, I understand, to get down to something like super middle. It's a non-title fight, so a pound here or there doesn't make much difference. But he had to work at it, so there's not much spare. We don't know how much he's actually put on since yesterday's weigh-in. Miller's the shorter man, certainly. And in terms of know-how and experience, Miller hopes to trade on that. But I remember 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, Eric Moon was considered a real hot property. That moment of opportunity in his life has now passed by. He's been on the rebuild, in all honesty. The wheels seemed to come off in the middle of 2019 when he was stopped by Edgar Berlanga at the MGM Grand on a major card. He lost on points to William Langston before that, and then a points defeat by Mike Guy of Atlanta in September of 2019. And then, of course, came the lockdown, so it was an enforced layoff, and I think it led to a great deal of introspection in the part of Moon, and a lot of doubt
Of course, he'll try to get back to his winning ways here tonight against Mikhail Miller.
Miller's got to find a way to keep working and prevent Moon from just setting himself in his own good time to create and take opportunities. And if you let Moon look a good fighter, he's going to look a good fighter. Only 2 stoppage defeats for Miller in the 8 losses from 12. He has lost the last 4 though, and I think he's thrilled with himself. Everything about him this week says he's thrilled with himself to be involved in a card like this. An opportunity to get back in the spotlight, maybe when he felt that his moment had been and gone. Hasn't tasted victory for 4 years now, Miller, and Moon has got to remind him about that by demonstrating his class tonight. Nice steady start from Moon. Russell, what do you think?
I agree with that 100%. Moon looking very patient in the first round, landing heavy blows, but I'll see how it plays out in the second.
Round 2 of a scheduled 8. Eric Moon, for all intents and purposes, the house fighter here against Mikhail Miller. It's really such a great opportunity for Moon tonight to relaunch his career. Sometimes that objective gets in the way of the process, and he's got to go through the process, I think, tonight, with making sure that the work is of sufficient quality and that the pressure is enough. That and a bit more would help in that respect, incidentally, but he doesn't continue with it, and the encouragement then for Miller is to set and come back. So he's looking really good in flashes here, Moon, but a little tentative. And the big question for me here, Russell, is forming: how much real, true self-confidence does Moon now have after all the setbacks? I can see he's still got the technical ability.
He certainly has the back end with obviously Roy Jones Jr. behind him, but you know, losing 3 times in a row does take a toll on the confidence, but he doesn't look like he's lacking in any of that tonight.
The problem is, looks can be deceiving. Let's see if he can go through with it. Already a sense that Moon doesn't feel as though Miller can really give him anything to worry about in terms of power. But if he's going to just stand there, Miller is going to hit him. That's the best shot he's thrown tonight for me, in terms of the speed of it. That was really a quick right hand.
I think he should certainly keep that up, because that first round was a tough round to score, in my opinion. And this one is cut right down the middle. Both men having their moments, of course.
Waiting a long time, isn't he, Moon, to see an opportunity he thinks he can exploit. It just doesn't quite happen naturally enough at the moment, and every time that Moon double thinks, Miller is encouraged to try to give Moon something to think about in turn. Moon looks quite pensive to me as he goes back to the corner there. It's almost like this is a schooling session very early in Moon's life as a pupil of the master Roy Jones. And it's quite meticulous and detailed, the information that he's getting. It's almost as though this is just a small step in the direction that they want to go tonight. So Roy won't be putting on the pressure on him for a stoppage win or to go through the gears. Of course, the man in the other corner, Donovan Boucher, has got an equal encyclopedic knowledge of boxing. If we didn't know it, emblazoned on the back of that tracksuit top that he's wearing. Canadian and Commonwealth champion, and very nearly a world champion, incidentally, in his own right. Welcome to the School of Boxing, Russell. Well, actually, correction, University of Boxing. So Moon is winning it. Moon is the classier fighter. Moon is the prospect, so-called, despite his advanced years, the talent, the home fighter, and the man who's expected to win. The how is as important as the what here. How he demonstrates his ability to his teacher in the corner, how he goes through the task tonight, how he expands upon the lessons which he's been learning under Roy Jones, and how he turns his career around as a result of all that. Miller is not doing anything stupid. He's not taking too many risks. That doesn't make him the ideal man for a showcase for Moon's talent. Moon has got to earn it here tonight. Miller's not going to make a mistake on what we've seen so far, which will just open the way for Moon to go out and get the job done in style. He's going to have to think through it.
And
Up
there's
and down.
No doubt Moon is searching for that big shot, and I think Miller has understood that very well over the last couple of rounds.
Again, it's been some good work in this round from Moon. Little flashes of class. But Miller trying to invite Moon to just make him an angle, to give him something. He's trying to remain in the zone here, on Fight Zone, in the sense that he wants to make Moon believe it's still a contest. He wants Moon to understand that he, Miller, thinks he can still win this. A little bit of verbals from Miller. Miller ducked into it, but he was all right. Miller was away. And another round goes by where Miller has been comfortable and Moon has looked good in flashes. So heading into the middle rounds here in this 8-rounder at super middleweight from the Lion Center in Georgetown in the Cayman Islands. A couple of serious names in the corner on this auspicious night for boxing, amateur and professional, in the Cayman Islands. Roy Jones' pupil, Eric Moon, is well in front against Mikael Miller, guided by Donovan Boucher. From the other side of the ring, the red corner, behind Miller's shoulder there. So many of these combinations look potentially extremely high quality from Moon, but they're not actually making much of a mark on Miller as this fight is going along. He's not getting a lot, Miller, by way of discouragement. He's still in there, still trying to go about his business, still trying to make Moon make a mistake that he can exploit. Although, to me at least, Russell, it would seem fanciful to suggest that Miller is going to be able to put Moon under pressure. The pressure on Moon seems to me to be from Moon himself.
And he's certainly letting Moon know in the ring that his shots aren't affecting him, or at least that's what he's trying to make him believe.
I wouldn't have called any of those shots to the head. Oh, well, Moon has just said it for me, actually. None of them were scoring punches. That's how confident Moon is that he has got the measure of Miller. The left hook uppercut. Ooh. Actually wasn't a bad shot there. Right uppercut's not a bad weapon either. But putting it all together in a sustained way is the issue. And he does tend to reach when he doesn't have to reach with that left. The jab. He throws it as a power jab when maybe just using it as the rangefinder first might be beneficial. I don't know. Maybe. Every so often the encouragement from the corner for Miller to keep on trucking, which he's doing in this fight. So we're through the halfway mark in it, over 8 rounds. Moon has been through the playbook. Miller's still in there. Roy Jones nearer to us is still looking for more. So into the second half of the fight, and perhaps the biggest question is, what now for Eric Moon? We've seen that once more tonight, he's a fighter of considerable poise and no mean technical ability, but putting it all into a show which is going to really take people's breath away is a different question.
Yeah, I feel like he's looking for that big counter shot, but I'm not sure if his patience... There you go. And another one by Moon. Perhaps the later rounds will prove better.
It's possible that is in his thought process somewhere, Russell, that he feels that Miller will start to fall apart at some point. I haven't seen signs of it, quite honestly. Just yet, anyway.
I agree.
So, over to you, Eric Moon. How are you going to address that? How are you going to turn a routine 8-round?
Oh, there's how he's going to address it.
Into a spectacular early conclusion. Or at least to have Miller really on the end of it in the second half of the fight. Once more in this round, flashes of Moon looking in a different league.
And you know, for someone who carries so much muscle like Moon, I'm quite impressed that, you know, his pace has not shifted. He's been the same from the opening round until this one, and I guarantee that his most of what he's wearing is muscle and not a lot of fat. And there he lands a big left hand on Miller.
I'll say one thing about that, whatever about his problems actually on the scales yesterday, it's hard to envisage him going up to light heavyweight, at least at this stage of in his career. This should be his division.
Stealing a page out of his mentor, Roy Jones Jr., with the moves there.
It's funny how it has that effect on people, Roy. You're quite right to mention it, actually, because any of the guys that I've witnessed over the last few years go to train under Roy Jones in his unique environment. To me, they always show the traits of it when they come out of it 6 months later. But it's a question of levels, and winning at this level is not Roy Jones territory. Let's be very clear about that. Round 5 is like round 4. Let's see what round 6 brings us. Again, the possibility that Miller will feel now, I have seen the best that Eric Moon is going to produce tonight, and I feel pretty confident that I'm going to get through it. What we haven't seen from Moon tonight is any semblance of a gear change as these rounds are going on.
Couldn't agree with you more. He's not being outboxed by any means, but he isn't showing that urgency, and as I said that, he turns it on.
Yes, but it's the what happens next, Russell, in this fight, isn't it? That's the problem, really. Moon knows there's little or nothing of any consequence coming back the other way from Miller. I think Miller is winning 1 or 2 over in the crowd with his endeavour and his willingness to keep on, trying to keep Eric Moon busy. over the top of Moon's left shoulder there, wasn't far away from Miller. That was a near thing for Moon. Tries the same shot again. At his own level, he is quite a smart operator, Miller. Particularly for a man who's only won 3 times in his pro career. Done a lot better tonight than in his last outing against Brett Brown when he was stopped in the 3rd round in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Miller out and away, just as Moon tried to turn it up in the last few seconds of the round. So there are a couple of rounds left of this 8-rounder. Mikael Miller secretly, I think, might be feeling quite pleased with himself to be still in his comfort zone here on Fight Zone Live. Eric Moon is all over the winner already, but it's a question of how he wins tonight rather than if he wins. Nobody is suggesting he has to stop Miller, but if this is to be seen as a step in the right direction by Moon, he has to win with great authority rather than on the basis of occasional moments of real quality work.
Couldn't agree more. And, you know, coming off of a split decision loss, you would think that, you know, he would put a little bit more on the gas, and you know, Miller isn't fazed by Moon at all.
And let's remember as well, Russell, in the early days when he was really considered a prospect, Moon actually stopped quickly 4 of his first 7 victims. That edge seems to have gone at the moment.
Yeah.
Of course, graded steps into higher quality mean that it gets harder because you're fighting against better men. But he was going along nicely, and coping with a defeat is something that nearly every fighter has to cope with at every level, and that seemed to be the moment when the flashes of overconfidence disappeared. Miller would just like Mr. Moon to know that he's seen that show before. So again we move on to a section in this fight called What Next? Does Moon just retire gracefully and allow Miller this? Or does Moon now say, right, that is me, into a higher gear to show that I'm a much better all-round operator? Like that. Miller said I read it, but he didn't. It was good work by Moon. A little slip like that by Moon when he was off balance, all because he tried to complicate it. Against a higher grade opponent, that means real trouble. He got away with it tonight. Miller's asking him to do exactly again, because Miller spotted that as well, that he actually lost the run of himself there, Moon. Now he's back to what he does well, but the bell intervenes. So the 8th of 8 is showcase tonight for Eric Moon, under the tutelage now of the all-time great Roy Jones. But he's got to hope that there's still, disregarding the opportunity to make a mark in history books, let's not put him in that frame, but at least for Moon to show that he has got a future in professional boxing at a reasonable level. This is the first of the graded steps in that direction. In fairness, what we must all remember, 24th of July 2021, points 8-round win over William Langston in Atlanta. Out of the ring since. We're looking tonight for some little signs after the stop-start career of the last few years that they have been able to get under the bonnet with this kid and fix some of the issues, in the hope that they can really get the motor running fast again. There are one or two good signs. Miller knows how to look that he's still in the fight, Russell. And there's a skill to doing that. It means you're going to get work and get paid. He's no fool, you're quite right. Over to you, Donovan Boucher, to fix the tape by whatever means you choose. That's nice by Moon. Down and up. Very cosmopolitan crowd here at the Lion Centre in Georgetown, Russell. A lot of Canadians and a lot of connections to Canada here, I understand. And actually, behind us, there's quite a few Canadian supporters, very much still on Miller's side in this fight. It's true that there's quite a substantial presence here, I understand. And of course, to say nothing of the amount of Filipino action and involvement in life in the Cayman Islands these days. And we go right to the end. The referee, I think, needed another reminder that the bell had actually gone there a little bit after the fact. Nobody's fault, these things happen. No need for any protest about that. Moon didn't know, you're quite right. There was a big roar from the crowd at that precise moment. No harm done. Nice exchange between the two old star men, Boucher and Roy Jones. Their two respective fighters have put in the work over the 8 rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Brendan Lyons has scored it 77 to 75. In favor of the red corner, Mikhail Miller. Judge Dale Raloon has scored it 78 to 74. In favor of the blue corner, Eric Moon. Judge Ed Pearson has scored it 76 to 76. It is a split draw, ladies and gentlemen.
There was a very lengthy delay indeed as the cars were collated there. We will never be able to explain the mystery of all of that to you, but we have come out somehow with a split draw. If there is a word for it, maybe mystifying would do. No real harm done to anybody's career with that, but Miller's celebrating like it's the biggest night of his career, and I can understand why he's pleased with the result that he's got there. Moon is completely mystified also, and we hope to get a word with him, and indeed with Roy Jones, in a moment or two. We're going to try and get a word with Eric and with Roy, of course, who has had so many admirers and friends. Come on, chaps. Come on, Roy. Let's get a word with Eric as well, shall we? Eric, come down and join us here. Thank you, Roy. So we're live on Fight Zone, everybody. Come on, Eric. Join us here live on Fight Zone. And of course, the one and only Roy Jones, who's a big part of this new push for boxing in the Cayman Islands. If I may start with your fighter tonight, Roy, if you permit me. I'm mystified by that. What do you make of that decision?
It's boxing. I thought I did enough, especially closing out, to show that I was the aggressor to close the show, and I thought that it was mine. I don't believe that it was a draw, but I definitely want to run it back and fight him, and I know I'll knock him out the next time we fight. For sure, 100%.
Roy, I'm not sure how important in the bigger scheme of things the result of that particular contest will be to you, but as a winner all your life, what have you got to say about that decision first, please?
Well, I mean, he left it in the judge's hands, so whatever the judge do is what it is. You know, I thought he was smart enough to come out and outbox the guy, get the guy out of there, but you know, he didn't do that. He went out trying to hit him hard, so we got to deal with whatever the judges say at that point, you feel me?
Okay, I do, and I'll come back to you in a moment, Roy. Thank you very much indeed. So, Eric, back to you. I don't see this as much of a stumbling block. I tried to set this up for our viewers on Fight Zone tonight in terms of your career by saying that this is a new chapter, a restart in your career. So even though you have not got the result tonight, how is it going under the tutelage of one of the all-time greats?
It's going great because he's teaching me how to be more scientific versus fighting with my emotion. And I appreciate that. And it's not doing nothing but just making me a better fighter and making me think more and not rely so much on my punching power. More so on numbers, which I failed to do tonight. But we're going to go back to the drawing board. We're back in the gym. We're going to get it the next time.
Okay, you know, as Roy would testify, I know, you know, you haven't had a defeat, but you learn the most from your defeats, and in life we all learn a lot from our setbacks, and that appears to be your take on this tonight, as wise as you are, Roy. But just one more question for you, Eric. Also looking at you, when I remember you when you came on the scene, 2017, 2018, you were what they call a prospect. Tell us in your own words what happened.
Almost a 2-year layoff, but that's still not an excuse. I'm just glad and thankful to be here, to be able to fight, have Roy Jones Jr. as my mentor, teacher, and coach. And I'm just appreciative of Dennis allowing me to be able to fight on this show. But this is not the last fight. I'm going to continue to just get better. It's just knocking the rust off. So a draw is okay, but I'm not content with that.
Let's be very clear. you have considerable ability and always have had, and I think Roy would not have taken you, Eric, under his wing had he not seen it like that. Roy, in the bigger scheme of things, you know, you are a man of so many parts, your amazing ability as a fighter to the foremost, but I likened you in our broadcast tonight to a bit of a car mechanic. I don't know how big you are on car mechanics, but I suggested to our viewers on Fight Zone, you've had to get under the bonnet with this kid and have a look at the engine and maybe take it apart before you can rebuild it. So how is the rebuild going with Eric Moon?
The rebuild is going good. I kind of figured that we ran into what we ran into tonight because this is his first time back in 2 years. So I knew his old habits would come back because that's what guys do at first. But now that he sees that that's not going to prosper, that's not going to be the way to go, hopefully it convince him now to change and start listening and try to take that new way that I've been trying to teach him and put it into effect. You understand? Because if we keep doing what we did in the old days, we're going to get the old results. We got to do new things, start to get new results. If we don't believe in it, then there's no sense in us being there doing it. I know he believe in it because I've seen it work for him in the gym before. So now you just got to learn how to transform it from the gym to the boxing ring.
And are you comfortable that, you know, the perception of the result is going to give people a judgment which may be false? Because to me tonight he won that fight with plenty in hand, even if it was stop-start. But are you saying that you cannot allow the results to get in the way of the bigger picture with this kid?
No, you can't. You can't let the results get in the way. And like I said, I'm just happy we got a draw because they could have either, if it in another person's home area, they can give it to that person sometimes. So, and being the guy looks a little bit smaller than Eric, so the people gonna cheer for the smaller guy. You know what I mean? And you got to know that. So I understand. I thought Eric jumped out and grabbed a good substantial lead, and I didn't think it was a draw either. I thought Eric won the first 3 or 4 rounds, maybe 5, and I thought the last round he probably pulled off. So I had him win about 1 round, but I don't like that because I don't want it to be a question. I want to be sincere. I come from a place where in the Seoul Olympics, I had a sincere victory, and they still robbed me. So if you're going to go out there and do it precisely, so they can't, decisively, so that they can't rob you. You understand?
Or they'll be the most enormous think about it forever, which is what happened then.
Of course, but you got to go out and show everybody that you're the boss and you dominate. If you don't do that, then whatever happens to you, you got to accept it.
Just lastly, Roy, and thank you for joining us. We've so much enjoyed your company, and you've worked alongside Dennis Hobson in pulling this whole promotion together. It's brilliant to see you so involved in the game and imparting all your incredible knowledge. How have you enjoyed this Cayman Island experience this week?
I have really thoroughly enjoyed this Cayman Island experience. Being here with Dennis again is like a dream come true to me because with me, you plant seeds everywhere you go, and sometime one of them seeds are going to grow. And when I met Dennis way back when I met him, I planted a great seed with Dennis, and he planted a great one with me. And now that seed has started to mature and grow again. You never know what's going to catch. That seed caught, and look what me and Dennis are today. We're down here in the Grand Cayman Islands, where it's a beautiful island, beautiful people that love boxing and want boxing. He's willing to bring his expertise. I'm willing to bring my skill, my talent, my fighters, my expertise, put us together, and we're going to create a champion from right here in the Grand Cayman Islands.
You've been brilliant to be around, as always, Roy, this week. Thank you very much indeed, and it's all live on Fight Zone, as you've just touched upon there. Hopefully a great future ahead for Dennis's project on Fight Zone. And if I can just add one more final word, everybody, while we have the great man here with us. We can do a lot of magic on Fight Zone in the years ahead. What we cannot do, unfortunately, is create the fight that over dinner Roy and I decided was one of the 5 greatest fights in the history of boxing that never happened, between the immortal Marvin Hagler and the immortal Roy Jones. But we enjoyed talking about it, didn't we?
And it would have been a great fight because Marvin Hagler actually beat my dad, so it would be revenge, revenge, revenge. But I also want to say a shout out to my man Archie Sharp. He got a win tonight on Fight Zone before this fight in the UK, so that was brilliant. Great job, Archie. Look forward to the work, brother.
Terrific, Roy, as always. Thank you very much indeed, and indeed well done to Archie Sharp, and well done to you, Eric. What we want to see, as you've already said, back to work on Monday. Don't end up being a Monday morning fighter. Be a Saturday night fighter, okay, kid?
100%. I thank you guys. I thank Cayman Island and the wonderful people of Cayman for having me out here.
Good lad.
50 round located in the far right-hand corner. Please make sure you get your kids.
Say from the red corner, from Toronto, Canada, Machine Gun Shelly Barnett!
So with apologies for the delay, live on Fight Zone, we go on to the first of our really big events here tonight in the Cayman Islands. This is 10 rounds, super bantamweight for the Commonwealth silver title and the ranking that comes with that. Shelly Barnett from Canada making her way through the rope right now.
And in the blue corner, from Wolverhampton, England, please welcome Katie Delpech.
Much like Harvey Dykes, the English heavyweight. There's great support here tonight in Georgetown for Katie Healy from Wolverhampton. It's all been happening really quickly for Katie. Maybe, dare I say, a little bit too quickly. Not tonight, I don't mean. Obviously, there's been quite a delay. But in June, she took on Nina Hughes for the WBA World title at bantamweight. The truth is she was comprehensively outpointed, but no time for a rebuild. Straight back in for another big tilt at a title, this time at Commonwealth level. If she wins it, she will be on the map, which was the big target at the start of 2023.
As you rightfully mentioned, Paul, that defeat to Nina Hughes, her first defeat in her professional career. And you know, Healy told me that she took that fight on short notice, but tonight she's come in for redemption.
In the ring next to me, holding the belt, the Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight belt, is the Commonwealth Boxing Council President Steve Hiscock. We'd like to welcome those watching from around the world via Fight Zone. It's brought to you in part by GBH Promotions and Fight Academy and sponsored by Kirk Freeport. This fight is sanctioned by the Commonwealth Boxing Council and the Commonwealth Boxing Commission. Presiding over this match is the judges are ringside, Ed Pearson, Leroy Brown, and Donald Boucher. This fight is 10 rounds of boxing. It is for the title, Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight Championship. Fighting out of the red corner, weighing at 122 pounds, wearing purple. Please welcome Machine Gun Shelly Barnett. Her opponent in the blue corner, wearing the purple and black trunks, weighing at 121 pounds, it's Katie Delpech Healy. And inside the ring, controlling the action is our referee Joel Scody.
Let's be very clear, although Katie Healy was beaten in that big fight earlier this year, she starts here as a very substantial favourite. what Barnett does have on her side is a bundle of experience. This is her 17th pro fight, and what a time this would be for her to rediscover the winning feeling. 8 defeats in 9 for her. 2 in Canadian title attempts, admittedly. Last time out, her night's work cut short literally by an accidental cut in the first round, and that meant that it was called off. So away we go. 10 2-minute rounds for the women's super bantamweight Commonwealth silver title. Last time I checked, the champion was Tyree Gallagher, the senior champion. But if Healy wins, that's surely the target up the road. Barnett's job tonight is to make the road hard for Healy, who is substantially taller, 5'7" against 5'3". Certainly not been hanging around in her career, Katie Healy. Only her 8th pro fight tonight. But a classic case of that age group in professional boxing whose career progress was hit so very hard by COVID and all the lockdowns. Staying busy during that period was a massive problem to so many, and they resorted to very imaginative remedies, including staging fights in the car park at the Sheffield Arena, outdoors, in your car, watching on. Imagine the logistics of all of that. But it kept the business going. Barnett might not be very light on her feet here, Russell, but she looks very strong, doesn't she, and very resolute indeed. And at this stage in her career, little wonder, because it's probably the last big chance she's ever going to get.
Certainly out of title. You know, Paul, it's quite nice to see these women now at the end of this first round. These women elevated on this card. You know, over the past couple of years, we've just seen women's boxing just rise, and certainly that you know, that fight between Katie Taylor and Chantel Cameron only added to the interest of women's boxing.
Well, let me tell you something, Russell. They've every right to be considered as big and important in the industry now as the men. They've earned that right over the last decade. I think the most interesting feature tonight might be who here in the Cayman Islands is inspired by seeing women on the big platform, as it were. That is almost subliminal part of the planning here tonight. If you people in the Cayman Islands uncover a star, why would it not be a woman nowadays? Let's hope it happens. It'd be great.
You're absolutely right.
Let's see if Healy can establish the jab now that we put the preliminaries to one side. In her corner, right, as I mentioned it, Gavin Burrows actually makes that point to her. All comes off the jab. No problem for Barnett. She slid right under that bottom rope. Just needs the gloves to be wiped off and we'll get on with it. It's only a trip. Joel Scobie.
Healy wanting no part in that clinch.
Keeping control. Seem to be stating the obvious, quite honestly, but on we go. That's a very nice combination from Healy. Punching down to the body is not the easiest thing to do, but she did it well. She tried it again there. The right hand, left lead, third time in a row, found the target. Very well measured for it. But closing the distance well is Barnett. Barnett knows the fight she wants to fight here. I'm getting the impression that they spent a lot of time studying Katie Healy. And they know how to try to remedy what Healy's got to offer here.
Certainly have the footage from her last fight against Nina Hughes.
Only stopped once in the 8 defeats, Barnett. Everything about her suggests she's a very determined character. Latecomer to professional boxing. She only turned pro in 2017. Now she's 40 years of age. Two gone. Healy may have a claim for winning both of them, but Barnett has closed the range well. Maybe hasn't thrown enough, but she's given Healy a few things to think about. Bigger picture, of course, the debate rages on about 3-minute rounds for the women, especially at the elite level. If Katie Healy continues the upward arc in her career, it may be in her sights that she'll fight 3-minute rounds up the road. We don't know. Time has been lost here in this 2-minute round. Time on, and on we go again. Barnett's experienced enough, I think, here at Russell, not to expend energy unnecessarily by throwing out of range. She's waiting until she's in range to let the shots go. That's smart. Almost like she's ceding the fact that Healy has the reach advantage, which she's just demonstrated there. But getting in close, that's a different story. And Barnett thinks she can get to Healy.
I think she's paying for it a lot going on the inside.
You're right, but she's prepared to pay that price. That might make her dangerous in this fight.
Well,
see there, she was tempted to reach for it, but she doesn't go through with it because she's been around. She knows that's just wasted energy. And moreover, Healy, with the reach advantage, will be encouraged to think, well, she doesn't know how to deal with me. Barnett again is making this very competitive, combative. There was a clash of heads there.
I think it's a second one in this round.
Right hand found the target all right from Healy. A nice left hook lead going the other way from Katie Healy. But Barnett is doing a really good job here of not allowing Katie Healy to truly get into her rhythm. Competitive stuff indeed so far. They meet in the middle of the ring. It's still to be decided here as to who is really the boss in this fight. Katie Healy shapes to be the boss. Shelley Barnett is not for letting her have it. And she's doing enough to give Katie Healy some problems to solve. Wise move there by Katie. She saw Barnett again, closing the distance, and she made sure that inside Barnett wasn't going to pop up and do some damage. Grabbed her almost in a headlock. So there's a bit more to Katie here than just a smooth boxer. She most certainly is a smooth boxer, but she is being asked to work at pace here tonight by Barnett. It's a challenge worthy of the title because it will mean so much in terms of getting a proper crack at the Commonwealth belt.
Ooh, and she caught her clean there with a right hook. Healy did. Some of the sweat got on my face.
Again, there's Canadian support here for the Canadian fighter, as earlier tonight with Tyler Tremlett, the heavyweight.
I think you have support in this building from every single nationality. I mean, the Cayman Islands has 168 different nationalities living here, and certainly the Canadian and the British has a big presence.
Tremendous support for this event, Russell. Barnett again, for me, is given as good as she's getting on the inside. Now the referee Scobie has come to the corner here. I can't quite hear what is being said, but it's the question of interpretation really as to who is doing the more of the holding on the inside. I can understand why Katie Healy is making sure that she ties Barnett up in that way. She doesn't want Barnett popping up and throwing an uppercut, or moreover, her head being jerked up and connecting with Healy's head. The boxing is polished, but maybe in that Healy corner, Gavin Burrows is saying we need a bit more power. I think he is. Exactly now he's doing that. Barnett's not been discouraged by all the smooth boxing from Barnett tonight. Nice combinations to start the round from Healy here. Planting her feet just a little bit more. Digging the toes into this canvas. Very good passage. This is much better, says the corner. As I agree there. We heard, you may have heard it on Fight Zone, Gavin Burrows not far from me in the Healy corner. Really good first minute to this round from Healy. So Barnett with a few problems to solve suddenly. Was always likely, I think, Russell, to be the case tonight, that Barnett would be very competitive for the early few rounds, but would find it harder over a championship trip of 10 rounds. Maybe we've seen the first signs of that here.
Well, again, my opinion, I think that Healy is certainly controlling this fight.
Nice right uppercut from Healy. She's landed some good shots in this round. Barnett not so keen to engage here suddenly. That's a telltale sign as well. She's winning the round, she's in charge of it, and Healy has to make sure she puts the round in the bank. If she's not going to stop Barnett tonight, she has to make sure that we're not leaving it to any question marks among the judges. Only one way to do that, which is to keep the pressure on.
Especially after that controversial decision a fight ago.
Good work in that round for me from Katie Healy. And she doesn't need the stool again, does she? She's still standing in the corner. Tell us more about that. Out with the stingrays, Russell. And there's a great deal of that. A great many attractions. Continue with the live action from Georgetown in the Cayman Islands, the Lion Centre here. We've got a lovely cooling breeze. It's partially an open air venue with a roof on it. Couldn't be any better for this. It's an absolutely gorgeous day. Well, they're nearly all gorgeous days here, aren't they? And a cracking fight night card live here on Fight Zone, broadcast all around the world, or correctly, streamed all around the world. And Healy again is looking like she's making inroads now into Barnett. Barnett's finding it harder, coming forward in straight lines. Minding the gap, Katie Healy, and working it very nicely indeed, settling into a good rhythm. What can Barnett do about that? It's so hard for Barnett to beat Healy to the jab. It does look as though at the moment, Russell, Healy's beginning to work Barnett out. And there are one or two lumps, bumps and bruises starting to form around Barnett's face, which rather tell the story. Nonetheless, Barnett does get into range there. She's not going to go away easily, but she has got puzzles to solve at the moment, Barnett. And the rounds are starting to slip by. That's likely to be another one in the bank for Healy, in my view. Now, very kindly, the referee Joel Scobie has come across to tell us that there is a bit of cut damage for Barnett, and it was caused by the head. At this moment, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't look that serious for Barnett. The situation overall is quite serious for Barnett, in my view. Healy boxing nicely over the last few rounds, starting to plant her feet a bit more, getting a bit more leverage into the shots, gives herself a bit more time to deliver. She is, and she's more reluctant as well now, Russell. As the referee did indicate, that clash of heads, it's the kind of fight where there are bound to be head clashes. And whether by accident or design, in the first few rounds, Barnett getting close, was periodically popping her head up from very close quarters indeed. Healy's just got to make sure that she does keep her head down wherever possible. If there's going to be a clash of heads, the higher it is on the head, the better for her. But she can win it from range, and she's doing that quite impressively again here in the main. And again, keeping out of harm's way, really, with some good footwork, keeping her head well out of the place where it could be a target, legal or otherwise. So 3 rounds to go. Katie Healy coming out of the blue corner. Coming out with a few rounds to spare in terms of the overall shape of this fight, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth. Shelley Burnett was giving her plenty of problems in the early rounds, but she has not built upon that. She's settled into a really good rhythm, and she's back into that rhythm at the start of this 8th round, is Katie Healy. Every so often, a slow hook does find its way past the guard of Healy, but they're isolated incidents in this period of the fight from Barnett. Sporadic success at best. She's lost her accuracy, she's lost her rhythm really, because she can't remedy the fact that Healy is demonstrating at range. She's got the better variety and a much more accurate straight jab. A slow left hook like that as your opening gambit is not going to work for Barnett. Nonetheless, boundless reserves of guts and commitment from Shelley Barnett.
No doubt about that. And she's moving forward, even though, you know, her tank is a bit on the low side. Meanwhile, Healy looks like she has another 10 rounds in her.
You're right to mention that, Russell, but she's made it easier for herself, hasn't she? Since she's started to box from the outside with a little bit of accuracy. Looking good. To take off on the basis of what she's doing here tonight in the Cayman Islands, particularly back in Britain, where, as you are aware, Russell, we are overloaded with star names. Interesting to recall, actually, that when the current General Secretary of the British Boxing Board of Control, Robert Smith, took office, fabulous servant as he has been, in 2008, there were 8 licensed professional women boxers in Great Britain at that time.
Wow.
Now, there are hundreds, and no shortage of quality among them. But Katie Healy is putting on a quality display. It's just so difficult for Shelley Barnett to create an angle that's going to give Healy a problem here. Everything off the jab for Healy. Still Barnett trying to close the range, but she's missing when she gets there now.
Yep.
It's another lovely combination from Healy. Barnett trying to let the shots go underneath when she does finally slow the target down a little bit, but the movement here from Healy has been really, really good over the last few rounds. And smart there, she gets off the rope. She doesn't encourage Barnett to think that if she pins her, she might get a reward for that.
I thought Barnett might have stole that round there from Healy, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting that you saw it that way. I thought she did show more, Russell. She knows she needs to throw more. There were 1 or 2 good attacks to the body from Barnett. So this is it. In Shelley Barnett's case, it's all on this 10th round. Only a misstep or a mishap for Katie Healy can probably put it in any question. She's boxed extremely well over the second half of this fight tonight. And she's continuing in the same vein. Why complicate it? Why give the opponent the sniff of an opportunity to take it away from her?
Yep. No need to fix what isn't broken. And Healy is cruising away now, as she was and has been for this entire fight.
Now Barnett into her own corner there. Against the ring post briefly, but Healy again was having none of it. Everything's just slowed down for Barnett from the feet up over the second half of this fight tonight. She keeps plugging away, but I don't think she's really making much headway with all of that. One of Healy's few remaining issues is making sure she keeps her head out of harm's way, which she's done quite expertly over the second half of the fight.
Certainly landing at a higher clip. Healy, that is. As she does there with a
Really
quick 1-2.
She waited for her. She was ready. Last few seconds then. There's been no hint that Shelley Barnett had the shot to change the shape of this fight when she needed it. It was good. Well done to both. Shelley Barnett, as game as she has been always in her career. But for me, a very polished display tonight from Katie Healy over the second half of the fight in particular.
Who will more than likely be heading back to the UK as the new female Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight champion. Well done to both women.
So we're about collecting the scorecards again. Commonwealth supervisor tonight is Stephen Hiscox. The three scoring judges are Ed Pearson of Canada, Leroy Brown of Jamaica, and once more Donovan Boucher of Canada. And I'm not going to prejudge the issue given the scoring in one of the earlier fights tonight. I'm not saying there's anything amiss and not suggesting it for a moment, but I just didn't see it the same way. And I think most people in the crowd here tonight didn't see it the same way. But the judges are the experts, and we abide by their decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a majority decision.
And it's a majority decision.
Judged about 97-93. Judge Brown with 190. And Judge Boucher at 96-94. For the majority decision, for Katie Helga Healy.
There is little doubt about that. Katie Healy was the better all-round performer and takes a very significant step forward in her career. Maybe she took a big step a bit too soon, going in against Nina Hughes. But at super bantamweight, a super performance.
The Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight champion, Katie Helga Healy. Wrestling to the Governor's Jane Owen in the ring.
And that's a great touch. Her Excellency, the Governor of the Cayman Islands, who's really supported this event in every possible way, is in the ring presenting the Commonwealth belt.
Big round of applause for both fighters today. Thank you. GBH Promotions in association with Fight Zone and Fight Academy are presenting Clash in Cayman, and it's proudly sponsored by Elite Marble and Green, Kirk Freeport, Flow, Burger King, Gatorade, Seven Seas, and J.J. Crump & Sons, just to name a few. Please don't forget about the silent boxing items. 100% of the proceeds goes to the Boxing Association. We also have the 50-50 draw. You go over to this corner or on this side. The 50-50 draw, your chance to win some big bucks. Get ready for more drinks and food. We've got fights coming up in a moment.
Katie, let's get right to it with you. You wear that belt with such pride. Did it go to plan for you tonight?
Getting the belt, yes, that went to plan. I'll be honest, my performance, no. I was quite disappointed at the end. I knew I'd done enough, but that wasn't the performance I wanted to go in there with tonight. So I am disappointed in myself. However, I've learnt a lot from that, and it's the end of 2023. I'm promising this now so that I can watch it back in my next fight. You will see a different Katie Healy next year, a new Katie Hellcat Healy next year. But I just want to say thank you so much to the team here in Grand Cayman, to Dennis, to the team, to Gav for putting up with me all week, Grumpy Katie. But no, thank you so much for the opportunity. These guys have been here since day one, and they've believed in me, and I'm forever grateful for that. So yeah, I'm very happy, but on to the next, and on to an improved performance next year.
Well, nobody can argue with your opinion of it, but from the outside of the ropes, and Gavin, I'm going to come to you on this in a moment or two, our view on that was that you did have some problems for the first 3, 4, maybe 5 rounds, but you solved them in very, very good fashion. You started to give yourself a bit more distance to show your best work, and I thought he, your trainer, was looking for a bit more power, which you then started to deliver. Is that fair? Give yourself a break, it's nearly Christmas.
I never do, I'm my biggest critic, and to be fair, this man here, Gav, he does everything and more, and he's been there, like I said, with the team since day one, and every time he's in that corner, he's always saying the right thing. I'm listening to him, and I'm not only trying to do it for me, but I'm trying to do it for him and the team. But he's an incredible coach, and he deserves the credit for that. And even from my first performance to this one, we've seen massive growth. And I'm only, 8 fights in? I'm 25. I'm still at the start of my career, and I've got a lot more to give. And we're going to see that, and it'll be thanks to this guy as well. So I want to give a clap to Gav, because he is an incredible coach, and like I say, he's had to put up with me this week when I've been a bit hungry, and tell you what, that deserves a medal on its own.
Well, there's maybe a tail in that, and I know how difficult it can be in fight week, but you did a great job in the corner. What was your view of your fighter's performance?
I'm happy with that. We tried to plant our feet a little bit more in this fight. We wanted to show what Katie can do, mix up her ability, rather than just being the predictable, throwing the jab, boxing out of range. So we wanted to sit down on our punches a little bit more today. Obviously it's a new style for her, so it takes a bit of adapting. I'm very proud of her. We've changed a lot of things up in this camp. She's very hard on herself because she wants to impress, and by wanting to impress, she's forgetting how good she is. So I'm very happy with her performance. Obviously there's things to work on, but that's boxing. She's 25 years young, and we've got her back in the Steve, Dennis, Fight Zone, and I think everyone in the Grand Cayman loved her. The governor even come out and come into the ring and give her a hug, and she's gaining followers and fans as she's learning. She's 8 fights in, she's boxed for, won a WBF world title, boxed for a WBA world title, and now won a Commonwealth silver title. No extensive amateur career, she's learning on the job, and it's thanks to these guys with BCB as well, Fight Zone, Dennis, Steve, for giving us these opportunities in this platform to grow on a big stage.
key word in that is 8 fights in. Come on, you've got to give yourself a little break. I don't know what you're going to do about the dietary question now, because you've just told us that you've been hungry all week. Until now, your ambitions were at super bantam. I'm being quite serious about this. Are you comfortable being at bantam?
We've had conversations, haven't we? And we've tried different weights. I've tried bantamweight, super bantamweight, feather, super feather, and I'm still learning. So those decisions will come, but it'll be a team decision because I know that they've got my best interest at heart. And sometimes what I think's the right thing isn't always the right thing. So yeah, we'll see what happens from there. But no, in terms of the diet, I've already ordered a pizza and it's waiting for me at the hotel.
Good for you. Give a slice to your trainer.
She says she's hungry. She's not hungry. She's made it comfortably. Comfortably. Just means she had to miss one meal. That means she's hungry.
Well, it means it was a big fight week and people get edgy, which we totally understand, but you won a lot of friends here and you won a meaningful belt in good style. For me and for most of the people here, if not for you, well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for watching at home as well. And for all my sponsors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie.
Fighting next from Mango, Philippines, Michael Hot Spicy Dasmarinas. And to tell you a little bit about right now,
Hey, mga kababayan! Hindi lang ating pagbato! Ang iyang ang Filipino flag ng Cayman! Si Michael Hapag-Fight Dasmarinas! And alam natin ang pagbato at inaasahan natin magkawaging LBF si Michael Dasmarinas. At ito po tayong lahat, suportahan natin and cheers for the Filipino pride!
yeah! Don't forget about our 50-50 draw. Come on over here to this corner. And buy your tickets now, and the silent auction is still going on. We couldn't do this without our sponsors. The Clash of Cayman is brought to you by J&J Crumpets on 7 Seas Gatorade, the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism, Roland Bank, Corona, and DMS Broadcasting. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lost and found. We have an iPhone with a gold case and a pair of glasses as well. They're red ringed. You can find them over by the silent auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring from the red corner, from Panama City, Panama, Jorge Sanchez.
So we continue our live coverage on Fight Zone. Thank you everybody for staying with us here in the Cayman Islands. And here comes Jorge Sanchez from Panama City. Not the longest journey of any of the fighters this week, incidentally. Sanchez is 33 years of age, 19 wins from 27 fights. He's been stopped 5 times in his 8 defeats. And he's got to the stage in his career, quite honestly, where he's started to become a bit of a trial horse for some up-and-coming kids. A high-class operator, fringe world class in his best period.
Hot and spicy.
And that gets one of the cheers of the night here from a very significant Filipino community in the Cayman Islands, and a star name Filipino boxer, Michael Desmarinas, who has been world class for more years than I care to mention right here. And they've made him feel right at home.
Oh, he is right at home in this country when it comes to the Philippine supporters. His country, the 4th highest nationality in this country is the Philippines. So he has more than enough supporters out here tonight, to say the least.
Thank you very much, Rossi Seaford. Not every show that we bring you features a world-class operator in an 8-rounder, I must be honest. But here we have it in Desmarinas.
We'd like to welcome those watching from around the world. Brought to you by GBH Promotions and Fight Academy, and sponsors Elite, Marble, and Granite. This fight is sanctioned by the Cayman Islands Boxing Commission. Presiding over the match are the judges at ringside. We have Dale Ramon, Timmy Tomlinson, and Ed Pearson. This fight is 8 rounds of boxing in the featherweight contest. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing gold and pink, weighing in 125 pounds with a record of 19 wins and 8 losses. Fighting out of Panama City, Panama, Jorge Sanchez. Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red and black, weighing in at 126 pounds with a record of 33 wins, 3 losses, and 2 draws. From Bangar, Philippines, Michael Hot and Spicy Desmarinas. Inside the ring, controlling the action is Donovan Boucher.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm expecting a good, clean fight. Listen to my command at all times. Most importantly, protect yourself at all times. Anything here? Slow. Good luck to both of you. Touch love.
You're in the fight zone.
So here we go at featherweight. Don't take your eye off this, everybody. We've got a real class operator in Michael Desmarinas here to make a big statement for all his Filipino compatriots in the Cayman Islands. And he started very sharply indeed against Jorge Sanchez. No mean opponent in his own right, in the pink here. Fringe world class at his best. Now taking on a really big name. Can he make a statement at his stage in his career that he's not on the slide? Trying to pin Desmarinas against that middle rope in the opening minute of this fight. Desmarinas has seen that before, of course, makes a little bit of space for himself. The tough Panamanian is doing his best to make it. Sanchez a pro since 2011. Didn't leave Panama actually until 2017. First trip abroad was to Manchester, lost to a very good fighter in Gavin McDonnell over 12 hard rounds. A turning point it may have been in his career. More losses slightly than wins since then, but ever competitive. And still challenging for titles of various kinds. He's always prepared to let go in the early stages of a fight, I'm told. Actually came a cropper doing that against Tito Sanchez down in the first round. Last outing back in Panama went the full 8 rounds, but here at featherweight against a very classy operator in Desmarinas. At least we can say early on that Sanchez is giving Desmarinas the kind of fight he was expecting tonight. Hard, pacey, close quarters affair.
Certainly turning on the pressure. Not giving any room to Michael to breathe.
Russell, it's one way to deal with the southpaw, isn't it? Just walk straight through it and take what comes to get your own shots off. Not saying it's going to work in the long run, but it makes it action-packed. And this most certainly has been. Rule 1 tried to win the first round, and Sanchez has put a lot of good work in there. Desmarinas doing his best to look cool, calm and composed, but he's having a little bit of a think as he goes back to his corner there. Just composing himself. Man doing the talking in the Desmarinas corner is the redoubtable Ting Sugar. Coach Sugar, they call him. Big figure in Filipino boxing, although now based in Los Angeles. He's been working at the world famous Wild Card Gym. Desmarinas, the more organized of the two, I would say that. Sanchez trying to create a bit of chaos early on tonight. One or two little signs early in the second round that Desmarinas, who composed himself, if you remember, when he went back to his corner, has now totally tuned in to the fight zone itself, live here on Fight Zone. And he started to make the class show. Roared on by this raucous Filipino support here tonight. This is like being in Manila on a big title fight. Desmarinas gets to work. I felt it had to happen. Suddenly he starts to back Sanchez up. Sanchez might pay for all the early energy expended here. There was menace in a lot of those punches thrown by Desmarinas, and they're quite chilling. They're hurtful punches, very well executed, and suddenly there's not a lot coming back. Desmarinas shifting the plot line immediately in this second round in very impressive fashion. As if to say, well done, Sonny, but don't mess with me. This is a home away from home for me. And I've seen the nod of the head there by Sanchez. Great shot. There's a bit of blood around as well.
Yeah. A result of all those punches, and credit to him for taking all of them, but they aren't doing him any favors.
They're not doing him any favors. You're quite right to say that, Russell. Calm and efficient, but suddenly cutting in every sense. Desmarinas. Double left hook, if you please. Yes, Sanchez is an easy target, but the thrilling accuracy of some of this work in the second round is taking one's breath away here. Crowd are absolutely loving this. As tough as he is, a question forms already. Can Sanchez possibly hope to go 8 rounds like this?
I highly, highly doubt it.
They're pretty tough from Panama though, Russell.
A lot of the Hispanic countries seem to present that toughness.
Everything about the body language says Desmarinas achieved in that round what he set out to achieve. That was impressive. I don't think we should be surprised. Let's remember 2021, coming out of lockdown, biggest fight of his career against Naoya Inoue. It did not go well, but let's be honest, Inoue is maybe by general agreement top 5 pound for pound, maybe more than that in the world today. What a fighting machine the man from Japan is. But it was a very important moment in the career of Desmarinas in defeat. Apparently they tell me he feels he learned more over those 3 rounds than the entire rest of his career. More lateral movement. That's good by Sanchez, but Desmarinas had read it.
It was a sneaky uppercut on the inside.
This has been terrific so far, living up to all one's hopes for it. That's great, downstairs and up. Everyone is a telling shot. But doggedly, Sanchez walks forward into harm's way.
He's showing incredible heart, incredible toughness, but it'll only take him so far.
Conscious effort made by Sanchez to get closer, and he's using all the tools at his disposal to do that in this round.
Perhaps he's hoping that Michael will tire himself out by throwing such heavy shots, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
If it is a plan, Russell, I've heard of better plans against a guy of this quality, but you may well be right. At least he's trying different things. And he has made Desmarinas work a bit harder in this round after that superb response in round 2 from Desmarinas. More coming back from Sanchez, rising to the occasion here tonight. Not so many of those are actually scoring punches. It was a flashy combination, wasn't it, from Desmarinas? But certainly, Sanchez has enjoyed a bit more success in this round.
I couldn't agree with you more, but
it's a good-looking shot again, but there was no problem with it. Sanchez took it well, leaning back as he was. Feet are planted, digging in every sense, right from his shoe straps upward. Hard round, hard to score round.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our ring person. For our local sponsor,
I've got to say, the atmosphere in here tonight is hard to beat. Hard to beat. Coach Sugar is hard at work in that Desmarinas corner right now. We've seen a more even round there. It was very interesting getting the inside track this week from Coach Sugar about what they've done to try to extract more out of Desmarinas at this stage of his career. I think what they've been looking for is more what we saw in round 2 than what we saw in round 3, when he started to just be a bit more tentative. They felt that was one of the problems when they first took him under their wing. They've tried to make him a more assertive puncher. Now, after the reminder, look how he starts this round. But can he keep it going? Because he didn't keep it going in round 3. Reverting to more outside work. Everything comes off the good, accurate boxing. With a little bit of pep in the punches. Not every shot has to be a devastating one, but that was a beauty underneath. And again. The problem here is, Russell, Sanchez has walked through both of them without a problem.
I mean, he's like the Terminator, and there he's moving forward through everything, and it doesn't seem to have any effect.
Make no mistake, everybody, this is a very high quality 8-rounder at featherweight, this. It was quick and it was powerful, and it did sweep Sanchez sideways, but it wasn't enough to knock him over. Tried it again there, did Desmarinas. Beautiful downstairs and upstairs. He does do that particularly well. Little right lead to the body, left hook's already on the way.
And his feet are very well under him. Sanchez, that is. As he gets a flush hook.
Sanchez has done well again in this round to keep in touch with him in terms of the overall shape of this round. Having taken some really big shots all the way through it, he's still landing plenty of scoring punches himself. The eye-catching work may have come from Desmarinas, but let's not overlook the work that Sanchez is doing. The problem with Sanchez really is he looks off balance a lot of the time, and yet he still retains his balance.
100%.
I don't know how he does that.
It's quite a marvelous showing by him. His toughness is on the next level.
Another terrific round.
At the very
So we're halfway through a featherweight contest over 8 rounds, which is living up to all our expectations of it tonight. 2 high-quality operators. Still with plenty to offer, we've established that already, and that goes for Sanchez, the so-called underdog, in the pink at the age of 33, as much as for the hot and spicy 31-year-old from the Philippines, Michael Desmarinas, fighting in front of so many of his own people here tonight, here in the Cayman Islands. And it's very telling indeed that from the crowd perspective, all these Filipinos, they know boxing. They're much more engaged in the contest, and it's all gone a little bit more studied, if I could put it like that, from the Filipino crowd here. They know that this is actually a contest. They were hooping and hollering after a round and a half when Desmarinas turned up the wick, and they thought it might go over quite quickly, but it hasn't worked out like that. And this Filipino boxing crowd, they know that. Sanchez is still very much in it.
Very proud people, the Philippine people. They get behind anyone who is representing them for sure. That includes Desmarinas.
A reminder from the corner to Desmarinas to keep his hands up. Time and time again, he's let that right go underneath, and Sanchez has taken every single one of them and come right back. Sanchez tried to give him a bit of space to throw one back, actually. Look good all around the hall here. Sanchez, for once, goes back onto the ropes. Desmarinas might be tempted to go for it here a little bit. Sanchez is in a bit of trouble for me. And he did just the right thing in getting out of that corner. Good work from Sanchez again. Desmarinas is throwing the eye-catching shots, but Sanchez is refusing to allow Desmarinas to think he's made a big breakthrough. Talk about hands of stone. Roberto Duran from Panama. This kid has got a heart of absolute granite. It just will not break off.
No. And the way he recovers from these big shots so fast, it's incredible.
It's breathtaking stuff, isn't it? And he's the best compliment I can pay, Russell, to Sanchez is that he's earning the respect of the Filipino crowd in the hall here. So let's see now if the breathless pace starts to slow at all. Desmarinas has been through the playbook and looked mighty impressive doing it. There's nothing in that. Sanchez has weathered several storms, if not of hurricane level, certainly blowing very hard here in the Cayman Islands for a few rounds. And in there he's blowing hard, but he still keeps digging in and making headway, literally so at times.
Yeah, he has an answer for everything. Like you said, he's been hit with the Hurricane Category 5 at least, and the kitchen sink, and he is just marching forward like nothing is affecting him.
Every shot from Desmarinas is a good one underneath, but every shot has been taken so well so far by Sanchez. And he still walks forward. It is a shame that Donovan Boucher has to stop the action for a minute, but he does have to do so. The tape is flapping loose on that glove.
This is unbelievable. This is incredible boxing to watch. You know, the display that Michael is having here, and then just the onslaught that Sanchez is taking is just unbelievable.
Russell, my friend, welcome to professional boxing. Jairo Zapata, incidentally, is doing the work in the corner there. Tape is still loose after all that, to be honest with you, but nobody wants to see it. Stopped again. And a cut over the right eye of Desmarinas. The blood is flowing away from the eye at the moment, but he's a bit concerned about it.
And no doubt Sanchez smells the blood and probably will go on the attack.
On we go. Neither has really got into his flow in this round because of the two halts in the action. And Sanchez immediately starts to put the head in where that cut is and try to put a bit of panic into the mind of Desmarinas. As experienced as he is, he shouldn't be panicked, but you never know. It's worth a try if you're Sanchez. And more of a premium than ever in this really good fight tonight for Desmarinas to keep on boxing. Cracking right hand, and again. And yet again, Sanchez is just walking through him. The legs not in the rubber that time. Desmarinas is coming on strong. And for once, Sanchez doesn't look so strong. And he's static on the rope. Donovan Boucher's taking a closer look. It's a brilliant stoppage from the referee. A brilliant victory for Michael Desmarinas in a tremendous featherweight contest. World class both ways, but Sanchez's resistance finally broke. There was a moment of real concern in that round for Desmarinas when he got the cut, but he immediately engaged the mentality of a championship boxer. That was magical from Desmarinas.
What a fight. What a war by these two gentlemen.
If that had been for a world title, everybody would have got value for money tonight. He ain't finished yet, folks. Not by a long way. A great victory for Desmarinas.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for these fantastic boxers this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 6th round at 2 minutes and 35 seconds, by TKO, the winner, Michael Hammond Spicy Justice.
6 rounds we will remember, and we will remember the part played in them tonight by Jorge Sanchez, but at the end of it, in front of an adoring Filipino crowd who had mixed emotions for a lot of it, because it was by no means one way, and the Filipino crowd knows it's boxing, but their man came through and looked very nearly as good as new. A world-class operator, a memorable featherweight contest.
Personally signed gloves. You've got the individually produced WBC Roy Jones belts and a replica WBA IDF belt as well. There's 4 things over there, please go check it out. As well as the 50-50 draws going on, as well as chance to win some big bucks here. All proceeds go to Grand Island's boxing.
So we've got one very important fight, the main fight of the night, still to come for the Commonwealth Light Flyweight Title. That is upcoming. But do please stay with us here on Fight Zone, everybody, because we're going to cut away from the boxing for just a moment or two, because we have been joined here at ringside by a man who is very important in the bigger picture and this auspicious occasion for sport and for boxing in the Cayman Islands. And I am delighted to be introduced here, to be welcoming Kenneth Bryan, the Minister for Tourism. Lovely to meet you, sir. We'd like to thank you once more for the hospitality of so many people this week here in the Cayman Islands. And we are very conscious, of course, that there is a bigger picture in play here for everybody involved in developing tourism, sport, culture, and the well-being of all the people in the Cayman Island community. So I'd be grateful if you'd explain some of that to our viewers live now on Fight Zone, Kenneth.
Well, I want to first say thank you so much for being a part of this. You're doing a great job, and to all of those who are watching, thank you for being involved. Fight Zone has put on an amazing event here tonight, and this is the start of something brand new for us. We're going to go further investments in respect to sports tourism. We have some great facilities and infrastructure here in the Cayman Islands, and you know, we always got the sand beaches and the weather and great hospitality, but we want to get into sports tourism, and boxing is one of the most followed sports in the world, and so we're going to double down on it. We're going to be sponsoring a lot more events. So for those of you who may want to take a vacation and watch a good match, this is the time to start thinking about the Cayman Islands. So this will be one of the first ones, but there'll be many to come.
We're delighted to hear that. Somebody has got to take a first step, and I know you will recognize that. There's got to be an element of risk to it. I hope from your perspective that so far, stressing so far, everything has gone to your satisfaction this week.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, the fact that you have Roy Jones Jr. involved, you know, you have a big brand, big name, which will bring the following and the viewers that we want. It's an opportunity for us to put on and showcase an amazing fight and many fights, while at the same time telling the viewers, listen, you can come to the Caribbean and enjoy it in person, or you can book your reservation at the same time and make sure you have some good needed rest, you know. So I'm really happy to be a part of it. The Cayman Islands government is going to be supporting this a lot more moving forward, so it's an exciting event tonight.
That is fantastic to hear that. Of course, at the very heart of it is the generation ahead, the younger generation, and you are very, very keen, obviously, to plot a good path for the young people of the Cayman Islands. That is what it all really comes to, doesn't it?
Exactly. I mean, we have some great sporting facilities and an amazing boxing association here, and to have this high-level boxing in front of them at home gives them the inspiration to fight even harder and train even harder. So we're excited about that. So there's two parts to this. I'm the Minister for Tourism. My job is to get people to our beautiful island and enjoy themselves. And I'm here tonight with the Minister of Sports, who helps to develop our local boxing association. So they're really excited about it. We're going to work harder with the association locally as well as internationally, trying to get more boxers, professionals here to come do it in the Cayman Islands.
Well, it's wonderful. You know, it's a glorious part of the world. Obviously, you have so many natural advantages, but we've all been so impressed by the entrepreneurial spirit to take the value forward, the value proposition for a tour is forward. That's perhaps one of the key messages you'd like to get out there.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, with the amazing viewers that we have in the millions, that is good exposure for the Cayman Islands, right? So merging two things, amazing things, vacations and sports is what it's all about. And for the entrepreneurial element of starting this first, showing that it can happen, showing it can be streamed across the world, here in the Cayman Islands, while you can have a good time. I know that even the athletes themselves have been excited about coming here. Obviously they fight in different countries, but Cayman is a bit of a special place. And if you haven't found out, you can always go and Google the Cayman Islands tourism, and you can see how amazing we are. And we want to push that even harder in sports tourism because it has a large following.
We've loved every minute of it so far, so we'd like to, again, to thank you very much for the opportunity to do this here, because if you don't show the love to us, we are wasting our time. So the thought that you have given us the pathway, encouraged for this to happen, and most of all, from your own perspective, you appreciate the longer term benefits to so many other elements of society. That is really a beautiful mix. We don't get it everywhere we go, I'll be honest with you, so we're enjoying every second of it.
Well, I'll say this before I wrap up. Go to visitcaymanislands.ky and you can find out all about the Cayman Islands. That's visitcaymanislands.ky. But interestingly enough, I have half of the Cayman Islands government cabinet here, and the governor, and we were just saying, maybe it's time for us to invest in a sporting facility where events like this can happen on a larger scale. So that has already sparked the conversation. So maybe a multi-million-dollar facility so we can have these types of things might be on the books coming up in the next year or so.
That's fantastic to hear. So congratulations again, Kenneth. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us. And we very much hope that we will see you again soon, okay?
Enjoy the Cayman Islands.
GBH Promotions in association with Fight Zone. And the Fight Academy presents Classic Cayman, brought to you by Elite Marble Grand, Kirk Freeport, Slow, Burger King, Barone Development, and Corona, among others. Again, we're very, very grateful for the kind sponsorship of Mike Lawrence and Elite Marble Granite. Without them, this event would not be possible. Thank you, Elite Marble and Granite. We'd also like to thank our main sponsors, our co-main event sponsor, Kirk Freeport, and our ring rope sponsor, Flow. Just a reminder, the silent auction is still going on just by the front entrance here to the ring and the VIP section. 50-50 draws going on. And we're getting close to the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your cue. Come on, everybody.
But then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who would have believed you'd come along? And touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Never seemed so good. Touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. The time never seemed so good.
From Doncaster, England, Craig Derbyshire.
So here we have it, everybody. It is the main event of the evening. No mistake in the seriousness of this moment in the career. Most of the fighters in are on top of the bill, however. Befitting its status as a special occasion here for the Cayman Islands. This is to be the first ever Commonwealth title fight to be staged in the Cayman Islands. The Commonwealth Light Flyweight He's never been one to run and hide, has he? Craig Derbyshire still going strong at the age of 32. This is his 42nd pro fight here tonight. Could this be the night when he finally claims a prize which has just remained agonizingly out of his grasp for so many years? Drew in his phantom title bid at featherweight, British title bid at featherweight, flyweight, forgive me, I should get it right. Lost last time in his Commonwealth title bid at flyweight, but here hoping to win a Commonwealth title at light flyweight.
Flyweight champion, Matt the Batman Windle.
So now, time for the defending champion. The reason I got confused incidentally about the weights for Derbyshire, checking today, this is extraordinary really that he is in at light flyweight against this man, the champion. Because facing Windle tonight is a campaigner, Derbyshire, who was fought at nearly 9 stone. Much more natural territory, of course, light flyweight for Matt Windle. A man who has won many new admirers this week. Nothing to do with his boxing ability, actually, but a remarkable person in many ways. A poet who won Young Laureate of the Year back home in Great Britain. Birmingham's leading poetry prize as well, and who knows, judged on his specially prepared piece delivered at the pre-fight reception at the Governor of the Cayman Islands residence. One day, poet laureate material proper, who knows. First, more pageantry with the Cayman Islands anthem.
Thy choices gifts in store, and to it all the more long may he reign. May he protect our laws and give us so much cause to sing with hearts and a voice. God save the King.
Cayman Islands a very proud Commonwealth member, and this is a very proud moment for so many who worked so very hard to make this amazing promotion come together.
Please stand for the Cayman Islands national song.
So approaching midnight in the Cayman Islands. Thank you everybody for joining us on Fight Zone. It's been a terrific card. There have been a couple of really top fights in the build-up to this. It's been a long wait for Windle and for Derbyshire to get down to business. But here we are.
Sanctioned by the Commonwealth Boxing Council and the Commonwealth Boxing Commission. Presiding over this match are Don Boucher, Ed Pearson, and Leroy Brown. This is a 12-round boxing match for the title. Commonwealth Light Flyweight Championship. In the red corner, wearing the black trunks with gold trim, weighing in at 170 pounds. From Doncaster, England, Craig Derbyshire. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the champion and reigning Commonwealth Flyweight champion. Weighing in at 108 pounds, excuse me, in the blue corner wearing blue trunks with white trim. Fighting out of Birmingham, England, Matt the Nutman Windle. Presenting the match is our referee, Joel Scobie.
Joel Scobie from Canada is the big fight referee.
Matt, your trunks are good. Great. Your trunks are a bit high. Between the middle of the letters and down will be a follow, okay? Man, I gave you instructions in the dressing room. I expect you to listen and follow my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves now, come out of the bell. Good luck.
You're in the fight zone.
A very intense stare down there by one Matt Windle.
Adding to the intrigue, Russell, both men are coming in off defeats. But we do not know is how the conditions here for these two superb athletes in the Caribbean, even approaching midnight, may affect them. It is new for them. Derbyshire, if I may put it politely, at 32, has got a lot of miles on the clock. 42nd pro fight tonight for Craig Derbyshire. Testament to his drive, determination and fitness levels throughout his long career. And it's been a rocky, difficult road so very often for Derbyshire. 29 professional defeats.
Certainly we will find out if the weather is going to have an impact on these fighters, but I spoke with Windle earlier this week and he said that he is adjusted pretty well.
Yeah, they seem comfortable, you're quite right to mention that, but it is an unknown for them just because they haven't done it before on this auspicious occasion for Cayman Island boxing. And Derbyshire is looking sharp early on. Windle the champion from the outside in the blue. 7 wins for Matt Windle. I really do wonder whether when he turned professional in 2015, December of that year, at Dudley Town Hall in the West Midlands of England, whether he could ever have envisaged being involved in something like this, in this amazing venue. But he is very much in his weight division. As we mentioned, Derbyshire's campaigned at over a stone heavier in his career. I don't quite know how he does it, but he does it. Down at light flyweight tonight. Windle from the outside. Derbyshire, I must say, has looked pretty relaxed so far in there. Getting about his work.
In the words of Windle, I don't like when my opponents run away from me and try to hold me. I like a good tussle, and certainly Derbyshire is doing none of the above.
Yeah. Nice little bit of work underneath in this opening round for Derbyshire. They do feel that straight shots can be Derbyshire's undoing, Windle and his camp. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that through all the losses that Derbyshire has had. But, again, we say it, nice start by Derbyshire tonight. Windle did struggle a little bit to get into gear there. Spencer McCracken in the corner with the champion Windle. Earlier tonight we had Roy Jones in one corner and Donovan Boucher in the other corner. In terms of British fight fans, it wasn't a natural match in terms of the weight between Spencer McCracken and the man in the other corner, Carl Greaves. Many of our viewers will know Carl. What a great career he had as a fighter and as a coach in latter years, but it's great to see both of them this week involved in a big fight. I saw Spencer wearing the blue along with his fighter in some really great fights in the heyday of Coventry at the old Sky Dome in the late 1990s. Some great fight nights, and Greaves was a top level campaigner at featherweight all over Britain. So round two. Good intent early on from Windle, but Derbyshire again finding the mark with that right hand. Windle needs to start pumping out the jab. And he's backed to the ropes again by Derbyshire. And now along the ropes, and he's taken a bit of a backward step here, Windle the champion, as the challenger Derbyshire goes all out for it early on. We need to see more of the Windle jab, I think, to slow Derbyshire's march here. Just the sense that Windle is still struggling really to get going properly. Still very early stages, of course. Over 330 rounds between them, these two. Preparing for a long, hard fight tonight. But the early exchanges are favouring Derbyshire. That's a better jab from Windle. Over the years, watching Craig Derbyshire, Russell, there have been many occasions when he's been drawn into a fight, and I think they're so very keen for him tonight to just box his way into this fight and to earn the respect of Windle. And who knows, maybe get in front on the scorecards.
Well, his boxing has looked incredibly sharp thus far. Certainly coming into this, many would believe that he was the underdog, but he's showing that up as we speak.
Windle has threatened to get a little bit closer there, but he's been picked off by a really nice right hand from Derbyshire. Little bit more success in this round for Windle. Just the possibility that he's starting to get his game together here. But there's some really good work in there from Derbyshire, I must say. An intriguing contest, as it always shaped to be. Slightly better from Windle in that round, but try taking it off Derbyshire, perhaps. Derbyshire ready to go, and it gets Windle off his stool. And we get underway in the third round for the Commonwealth title and the unquestioned right to be the acknowledged #1 in Britain at light flyweight. 108 pound, 7 stone, 10 pound division.
Windle, of course, looking to become the first person to successfully defend that title.
It's not a title with a great history, of course. These guys are trying to make the history. And in Britain at the moment, Russell, we don't actually have a British light flyweight title to fight for. Windle feels very strongly about that, actually, that there should be one. So this is the title for all British fighters to aim for at the moment.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, their weight class isn't really recognized by commission up there.
You've been reading Matt Windle on this, haven't you? He has a very strong opinion about it. Of course, in other parts of the world, Philippines, Mexico, some of the great fighters have come from this division. Better signs here from Windle in this third round. Starting to control it from the center a little bit more. Doubling up the jab. Not allowing Derbyshire to settle, to set his feet, and prepared to throw that right hand over the top, which he has done with success in the earlier rounds tonight. There he tries again, but Windle had gone. And Windle taking some of these on the gloves as Derbyshire seeks to find the target. Almost a sense as though it's taken Windle a couple of rounds to wind up, but he is very much wound up and getting going here. It's Windle holding the centre, and Derbyshire struggling to do that a little bit now. But with all his experience and know-how, Derbyshire will just accept these little twists in the plot line as we go here tonight. Finds him with the right hand that time.
It's certainly a better round for Windle.
Good response from Derbyshire. A little nick almost across the middle of the forehead for Windle. Really good shot on the inside. The right hand in that combination from Derbyshire was on the money. Windle knows he has to press forward, however, and it has brought him success in this third round. Now he looks to finish the round strongly. Just had confirmation from Joel Scobie that actually the little nick in the middle of the forehead of Windle, which I referred to there, was resulting from a punch. A tiny glimpse of a breakthrough for Derbyshire in that. It's warming up nicely here. Round 4. From Georgetown in the Cayman Islands for the Commonwealth Light Flyweight title.
Windle seems to have found his footing, but Derbyshire is still waiting for that counter shot, and he's finding these blows here.
Some of the right hands are good from Derbyshire. If not quite dynamite packed, they are making some impact from Dynamite Derbyshire. Windle should have the experience, of course, at this stage, and with the confidence that being the champion gives a fighter, not to chase this. There's still a long way to go, and he's certainly getting into the groove more regularly and forcing Derbyshire to give some ground.
Stiff jab connected there for Derbyshire. Got a reaction out of Windle.
It's terrific work from both of these two guys in this round. Both have had their successes. It might be the stronger performer in the last 30 seconds of the round that might claim it on the scorecards here. It's one of those kind of rounds, really.
I'd say it's been a tough fight to score thus far. Derbyshire looking like the man, landing the heavier, cleaner shots, but the output has been, and there you, again.
2 or 3 right hands which Windle felt every one off. Nice response from Windle, but he knows that right hand is a really dangerous weapon in this fight for Derbyshire. Derbyshire threw and missed. He's in danger of throwing it a bit too often, really, but when he's doing damage with it, he's going to keep on delivering in the hope that it does do damage, and Windle felt 1 or 2 of them. Windle looking to make a fast start. Overall, perhaps the sense is growing that Windle has a bit of ground to make up in this fight.
Oh, he's wobbled.
Windle saw it, but he still took it, and Derbyshire seeks to pour it on here. And Matt Windle is a bit disorganised. Derbyshire, who's always loved to tear up, this might be the moment to fall back into the to the old ways for all his good quality work tonight.
And this has given Windle the much needed time to recover.
You're right to say it in those terms, Russell, because Windle is showing signs of being under pressure, and there's a nick under the right eye to match that little cut on the forehead here. Time and again overall through the first half of this fight tonight, Windle has been second, to use the pros term about it, in the main. There have been 1 or 2 rounds where Windle has really got the jab going, but in the main Derbyshire has been the sharper puncher here. And certainly in this round, again.
Yeah, he continues to land the cleaner shots, big, clean shots.
I don't think there's one department in this fight so far, Russell, where Windle could say, I am outdoing my man. Not the jab, not the right hand, not the combinations, not the power shots, not the footwork. There's a lot to address here for Windle.
I overheard Derbyshire's corner shouting, we're here to teach him a lesson.
Well, they would say that, wouldn't they? But they've every reason to be confident, and their man is putting on a great show so far here tonight. And again. The right hand has found the target too often for Windle. Twice in a row here. Windle's in a bit of trouble suddenly. And Derbyshire seeks to pour it on. Matt Windle hangs on. The champion goes over. It's not a knockdown, but the pressure is on the champion. And Derbyshire surely is performing out of his skin here tonight. And on top in a big way, surely, as we head toward halfway.
And this is only going to give Derbyshire more confidence heading into round 6.
It's over! It's going to be called off before the start of the 6th round. Matt Windle has retired on his stool, and Craig Derbyshire now knows that he has won it. The celebrations from that corner. There's a lovely embrace between these two guys who've got great respect for each other. Matt Windle has retired on his stool. He never really got going here tonight. What a victory for Derbyshire at this stage in his career. It goes to show that one never knows what to expect in boxing. This was all set to be 12 hard rounds of championship action. Derbyshire right on top of his game from the get-go tonight, and a sense that Matt Windle, I'm afraid, was missing something in there tonight. He never quite got going. The incredible story of Derbyshire. He lost his first 9 pro fights, and yet here he is as a Commonwealth champion at the age of 32. Every fighter at every level needs to check out the story of what Craig Derbyshire has achieved through dedication, hard work. What a victory for Derbyshire and for Carl Greaves, and all in his camp. And Windle is taking it in great part tonight. What a gentleman he is in and out of the ring, Matt Windle. Not his night, he knows it. Hopefully they'll come again. He's come to the Cayman Islands, Craig Derbyshire. He started as the outsider here tonight, but he's going home as the Commonwealth Light Flyweight champion. The crowning moment of his whole career.
What an incredible story for Craig Derbyshire. All of his ups, all of his downs, most of the downs, and to come here in the Cayman Islands, something he'll never ever soon forget. Being crowned the Commonwealth champion tonight in easily his biggest victory to date.
With 3 minutes in the end of the 5th round, with corner stoppage and a TKO, the new Commonwealth Light Flyweight champion, Craig Derbyshire. gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Matt Windle. Presenting the new belt president of the Commonwealth Boxing Council, Steve Hiscock. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere yourself, but Mickey Appleton coming in just a second. I can see a rematch in the future.
They're entitled to enjoy every part of this. We have no idea how much work has gone into this at all levels, from the promoters to the trainers, but most of all for the fighter himself. Listen, what a performance, Craig, that you have put on here tonight. What are your immediate thoughts in this, the moment of your whole career? What a victory for you. How have you put that together tonight?
For my kids, I mean, I told them I'm going to bring belt home and I did. And they'll be watching now, so love you all, kids.
Brilliant. You're emotional because it's a major title that you have claimed at this stage in his career, but if people really understood the road you've had to travel as a professional boxer, I think they could only admire you even more for the level of the display tonight. It is true, we have to check it, but it is true that you didn't win until, what, your 10th professional fight?
Yes, mate, yeah.
And here you are all these years later as the Commonwealth champion. Can you actually believe that sentence in this time?
It's like a dream come true. I've dreamt about it, and now I'm here and I've done it. And that's what it's all about. If you dream, you believe, and you can achieve.
That is so important that you've said that for all the professionals and all the amateurs. Here we are in the Cayman Islands trying to spread the message of boxing. It is not about where you start, it's about the journey, how you travel the journey and where you finish. Tell me why that fight went your way so convincingly tonight, because I think the general expectation in the trade, it was going to be 12 hard rounds.
Honestly, all as I thought about every single round with my kids, I told them that I was going to bring it home, and that's what I did. That's it. There wasn't anything else going through my mind except bringing this belt home to my kids, and that's what I did.
One other element which is amazing, even to professional boxing people, is the way your weight has gone. I'll be honest, I made a little bit of mistake by a pound or two reading through your biog tonight, calling you a featherweight, but I wasn't far wrong. You were, I think you did, didn't you?
9 stone 4, yeah.
I said you were fought as high as 9 stone 4, and here you are doing 7'10" in a championship fight. That in itself is incredible.
Like I said, if you dream it, you believe it, and you'll achieve it. That's it.
And I knew this week when we spoke earlier in the week that you were ready to go, and you were very comfortable at the weight, weren't you? It's not the Cayman Island effect, this glorious climate. You were ready anyway.
I honestly think I could have got to a lower weight than this.
Amazing.
I felt strong all the way through. In fact, I felt stronger than I've ever felt in any fight before. Every round, I just kept getting more momentum, and I felt more and more strong every time. Every round that went by, I felt stronger and stronger. And can I just thank my sponsors? TLS Company, All Fencing, Keep Evolving, and Real Fitness. And I said TLS. And I just want to thank everybody who stayed up at home to watch me fight, all your messages. And Dennis Hobson for putting it on, top man. He said he'd do it, he said he'd put me on, and here I am. And I've won, I said I'd win, and that's what I've done. So thank you to everybody who stayed up. Thank you to my wife, my coach, my manager. Yeah. Without everybody, at the end of the day, it's impossible. So it's not just me in this ring. There's months and months of hard work leading up to this fight, and everybody's put the hard work in, and that's why I'm here putting a performance like that on. Not because of me alone in this ring, obviously me and Matt are here, but everybody who's helped me along the way, supported me, sent me messages, stayed up, everything. So thank you to everybody.
Well, you've all been such fantastic ambassadors for boxing. You and your team, Carl Greaves and the rest of the team.
Can I just say thanks to Matt?
Yeah, let's bring Matt.
Top man. He is a proper warrior. End of the day, we'll put it all both on line tonight, and there only going to be one winner. Obviously, I didn't know who we were going to be, but I tried my best, he tried his best, and we're here, so we both put it on line for you all, and I hope you all enjoyed it.
They did most certainly. You've both won so many admirers out of the ring, and of course 2 very high quality performers in the ring. It wasn't your night, Matt. Where did it start to go wrong for you?
Well, first of all, can I just say a massive thank you to everybody in the Cayman Islands for coming out and supporting not only us, but boxing as a whole, the amateurs, the locals. Thank you very much. This is probably the best platform I've ever boxed on. So thank you for making it a somber but memorable night for me. Thank you very much.
You're a terrific kid, and you've got so much going for you, but please have a go and work out what has just happened to you in the ring. Why did that happen tonight?
It started to go wrong when he started punching me in the face. That's when he started.
That's always a telltale sign.
Oh yeah, so it just wasn't my night. I'm not going to stand here and make excuses. I could easily do that. Fighters always do it, talking about weights and moving up, and I'm not going to do any of that. I made weight, bang on. I was professional. I trained exceptionally hard. No excuses whatsoever. It just wasn't my night tonight, and a better man won.
Would you consider now, because between you have got it cornered off in Great Britain, and there is no British title at this moment at Light Flyweight, and I know you feel quite strongly about that. If every part of it fell into place, would you have another go now as a challenger?
Absolutely. I think my record has proven, as Craig's has, but I've only had 14 fights. I think my record has proven that I'll fight anyone. Again, pretty much at any weight as well. I've fought lads as high as 9 stone myself when I was like 8'8" or something. So I think I've shown that I'll fight kind of anybody all over the country or all over the world in this instance. So 100% I'd give it another go. If there are other routes as well, international routes that we can get, I'm up for anything. I'm all about making memories.
Brilliant. It's been an amazing trip on so many levels, where we got a really great boxing story on the end of it, because nobody could have foreseen this happening to close out what has been a totally memorable week on so many other levels for us all here in the Cayman Islands. Yes, please.
So I'm sorry to talk, this is Craig's moment, but I just want to say a massive thank you to Dennis and Steve and Barry and everybody that's involved in making tonight happen. A massive thank you to them for providing 2 men that get overlooked and all the rest of it, a massive platform. So a massive thank you to everybody that's been involved in making tonight a special occasion, despite a bit of a shit occasion for me.
The Barry referred to there is Barry Bowden, who has led the team here in Cayman Islands, putting this show together, and the amount of work that has gone in, groundbreaking stuff, first ever major title fight here in the Cayman Islands. That is all laid at his door, and from all of us, great thanks to Barry. I don't see him here, but I do see Dennis Hobson, and I think, Dennis, it's only right that we close the show on Fight Zone by returning to you for some final thoughts, please.
The pieces are on me. Listen, you deserve... What two warriors, ladies and gentlemen. But what two inspirational men. And, you know, we live in a world, a trying world, but if you want to look at two proper men, you've got two in front of you. I'm proud to be associated with both of you. I'm proud to be involved promoting both of you. And, you know, this is our first, hopefully, Barry, of many occasions, but you set the light, you set the standard, you two. And I want to thank you so much. I want to thank everybody for your support. There's a lot of guys here, guys and gals, who's made this possible. It's a special occasion. I've been in the game 30 odd years. Barry, Gary, Steve, everybody involved. There's a lot of people here that's brought us together to make this happen. What a special night. Thank you, and let's get it on again.
Well played, Dennis, and we have been able to find Barry Bowden, who has been the inspiration here in the Cayman Islands. So it does fittingly come to you, Barry, for the very last word. We'd like to thank you one more time for everything you have done to put all this together. I hope it has lived up to some of the expectations for you, but once more on Fight Zone, if you would close it out by saying, please, the reminder about the bigger dream that you have. What is that?
I want to first thank the fighters, the trainers who've come from all over the world to fight here and put on a show. And most importantly, the fans, the sponsors, everyone in attendance, thank you guys. It was fantastic tonight. And what a show these boxers put on. Great stuff. So hopefully this is going to be the start of a regular event on the island. That's our dream, that's our desire. And hopefully this is the first of many. And I want to thank you guys for tuning in, especially those across the pond in the UK. I know it's early in the morning now. Thank you guys for joining us, and come visit us in the Cayman Islands if you get a chance. It's a little bit warmer over here.
Don't rub it in, we know. Thank you one more time, Barry. Thanks to everybody for joining us on Fight Zone. We had some really great quality action. We've got a fairy tale for Christmas as a boxing story with the victory of Craig Derbyshire. I know this man, Matt Windle, was... I know, you'll be all right, don't worry. You'll write a poem about it, I know you will. But he'll be back. Thank you, everybody, for watching on Fight Zone. We've broken new ground on so many levels, and we hope you've enjoyed it. Good night from us all.